Right, so back to the qualifying session. We're currently seeing a lot of laps being posted. Currently, the slowest drivers are between Watto and Big Mac 95 in the R18. It is surprising to see the TS050 that far off the pace. Now, currently as they come through the infield, it would be critical to get over to that left-hand side and get on the brakes as soon as possible. However, Watto has chosen a slightly tighter line and to run it out wide on exit, and there's contact between him and Noah. That is such a shame to have a qualifying lap ruined that early. He's lost 3/10 on his current best lap, which sadly already isn't enough to qualify him into the top 8 where he needs to be. Now, looking at Big Mac, who is the next car ahead, he really needs to improve on this lap. He needs to find some time somewhere on this lap. And it doesn't look like he's pushing too hard at the moment. However, he should be improving on this sector as he comes through. The R18 showing massive straight line speed in multiplayer races this week for daily races, and sadly he is still about half a second down on his current best time, as we see Bolden and Alvarado improving on their laps. Bolden in the American flag livery 919, followed by Alvarado in the BNR 919, followed closely by Squishy in the other WSR R18, followed very closely by Noah in the Nova 919. And now as we see Natty come across the line, not improving again on his lap time, that could provide some major implications for the race later on with this current elimination format, and him being sat currently in position 8, the lowest spot you can safely qualify in to be guaranteed a position in the race. The pressure really is on for these drivers in positions 9 and 10 though. Big Mac in the R18 still pushing to try and find more lap time in the R18. As I said previously, it is very capable. However, he seems to have had a small moment in the first sector or two, as he is 9 seconds down on his best lap. Watto just coming up to the final sector line before the run to the start finish straight, and he is half a second down on his best time. That may be the thing that knocks him out, as we are just over halfway through the qualifying session for these LMP1 cars. And Noah improves his time to go 3rd in LMP1. As we see Bolden marginal on the first sector, coming up on J-Mac in the Wins 919. This could be very interesting. Will J-Mac get out of the way for Bolden, who's on his flying lap, or will he stay there and give him a slipstream through the long back section? Bolden nearly 4/10 down on his fastest lap so far. He may not be pushing as hard as he could be at the moment to get that lap in. Now as we ride on board with Bolden, you can see the entry into the chicane. You're going hard left, hard right some more, hard over to the left over the curb again, and back fully into the throttle. And it still isn't enough. He's still half a second down on the sector. Now J-Mac has a track limits penalty there, half a second, pretty standard for cutting the chicane as he did. Still not enough for Bolden to improve on his lap. Noah coming through the first set of banking, towing a car behind him. Is he up through that second sector? No, he's not. He is significantly down. It is a very close margin between him and the car ahead, driven by Furrow, who is 4 thousandths up on Noah currently. Now as they round the final 2 corners, Noah towing Natty along to try and improve Natty's time. This could be incredibly close as to who gets knocked out and who makes it. Natty not improving again on his lap. Now here we see Tim Grin. He is currently rounding the final corner, coming down to the start finish line. The question is, having improved? No, he's not going to improve. He commits to pitting and changing tyres. The big question mark now is, can anybody close that gap? And Furrow is 3/10 up, but with a 2-second track limit penalty, that is going to completely write his lap off. And unfortunately it means that without any improvement he won't be getting any closer to Tim Grin. He is also committing to the pit lane. Squishy improving, bringing himself up to P4 overall in the Audi R18. Squishy, a supremely fast driver for WSR. And as we see somebody slow, it's Bolden who was slow and exiting the circuit in the second chicane of the infield. Sorry, second hairpin of the infield. Now, just coming through the infield is Squishy. He is nearly 3/10 up so far this lap. Can he hold it together to improve another position or two to P3 or P2 ahead of him? He's still over 3/10 up. That is definitely going to be enough to get Squishy into P3, if not P2. We now just need to wait and see just how much he gains through the chicane. He's still just shy of 3.5 up now. He's still improving. Now hard left into the chicane, hard right to steer back through it, and hard left again back onto the oval. And he is now over 3.5 up on that lap. That is almost guaranteed to be enough to get him all the way to P2. And with 1:32.574, that is enough for P2, and it's enough to get within 0.6 of Tim Grin in the lead as well. Now as we see Furrow come through, he is on an out lap currently, so this lap will not count. However, as he starts his first flying lap, he brings it all the way over to the right for the first corner. Hard on the brakes, turning in, almost getting onto the grass at the apex, through the first chicane cleanly. Getting the car all the way over to the left and turned in for the second hairpin. Running it all the way out over the curbing on the left to get the best possible exit of the corner. Over the first sector line, and oh no, he's 3/10 down. That is not enough to catch Squishy in the moment. Now all we need to see is, can he improve that and bring the lap back to be able to get closer to Squishy in front. No, he can't. He's now nearly 4/10 down on the lap. Can he still find some time in the final chicane, or will he get held up by the car in front? Over 3.5 down now. I think this lap may be a write-off for Furrow. Now coming out of the chicane, that was very close on the exit to where the track limit detection is for that part of the track. Only 5 thousandths dropped through that sector though. It might be enough to make a small improvement through the final sector, but it won't improve on his fastest lap so far. Now we need to follow Alvarado round because he is in a critical position currently. He is just over half a tenth behind Natty in front in P7. Natty in P6. Alvaro's needing to improve by at least 2/10 to confirm his spot in this 3-hour race. Just to remind those who are watching, we are running an elimination format due to the number of entries we have today, so it is possible that the final 2 spots in LMP1 will be hotly contested come the end of this qualifying session. That's an R18 slow in the banking. Was that squishy? Somebody was really slow in the banking there. That was squishy. Does he have a problem? Or was he just waiting for some clean air to get another lap in? We will have to wait and see, I think, but he is continuing to drive around very slowly. It is possible that this is so that he can have a gap to do a fast lap. However, there are 2 cars approaching rapidly from behind him, coming down to the chicane now. Will he commit to starting a fast lap? No, he doesn't seem to be picking the pace up. I think he might be aborting this lap and committing to going to the pit lane. Ah, no, I see what Squishy's done. He has slowed down to give his teammate the slipstream for the lap, to try and get his slipstream in, to try and give slipstream to his teammate, to get him to the top 8 and into the final 8 places that may get you into this race. Now, Squishy just went deep at turn 1. That was to allow his teammate Big Mac to go past, as Bolden commits back to the pit lane again to try another qualifying run. Now we have multiple cars currently sat in the pit lane. We have Bolden, Timgren, J-Mac, all sat in the pit lane, waiting for the right moment to go for a lap, but I think they might be waiting a little too long here, because with 19 minutes on the clock, they are not going to have enough time to get an out lap completed now and to get a fast lap done. The question now is, who will get that final P8 spot, because Big Mac is currently only 2 and a bit tenths down from J-Mac, and he's currently 200ths up coming into the final chicane. With the amount of time currently left on the clock, Big Mac will get another lap in. The question is, can he improve enough? And he's not improving enough at the moment to make that vital 8th position. Now, as we see him coming through the final corner, hopefully he will improve again on this last lap. He has about 4 seconds, if that, at the line to get this lap done. So he is going to now be on borrowed time for the final lap of the session. Will it be enough to get him into that vital 8th position and into a safe position for this race? Now, as Big Mac rounds out of the corner, he is a 10th up. That is not enough to make that vital 8th position to be safe, to be qualified for the race. He needs to find another 10th and a half to be safe on qualifying. He's found another half a tenth. This isn't over yet. As the sun sets, we could see him come through and pull off a miracle and make it to the safe position for qualifying. 4 tenths up. He is high enough up on the timing to be safe if he holds this lap together. Coming through the final round of banking now, will Big Mac make the qualifying session? And more importantly, make the race? He goes over the line, he finds 4 tenths. That is enough to put him into a safe position for this race. I believe that is all of the drivers who are on laps currently have finished their lap. Yes, it is. Tim Grin's still waiting in the pit lane. We now have to wait, unfortunately, for the timer to tick down. It is 3 minutes, so hopefully we won't have much longer. But that being said, Tim Grin is on pole, Furrow P2, Squishy P3 in the R18. A fantastic performance in qualifying from him. Bolden in P4 in the US flagged 919. Noah P5 in LMP1 in the Nova 919. P6 is Natty in the other Nova 919. P7 Alvarix in the BNR LMP1. P8 Big Mac pulling off a miracle on his final fast lap to make it within the top 8 and above the cut line. Unfortunately for J-Mac and for Watto, they will be eliminated from this race. Now we have to wait on the GT entries to see who is entering in the GT class, because currently we are going to be down at least one LMP1, if not more. Now, unfortunately, we are waiting for the final LMGTD cars to join. We are expecting to have a total of 7 LMGTD cars. Currently, we have 3 LMGTD cars in the room. Now, hopefully, the people who are joining and leaving the lobby should be LMGTD drivers. And that is Squishy and Big Mac just rejoining the lobby there, just to make sure that I suspect their oil is all topped up for the car so they get maximum performance from it. Now we have to wait on the final GTD cars to join so that we can start the GTD qualifying. Right, so we are having one GTD car pull out of the race, which means that we are down to 6 GTD car entries, which could very quickly become 5 potentially, as I've heard rumours that there may be another entry pulling out today due to time constraints. Thank you to those of you who are tuning into this race. We are currently waiting on the GTD drivers to join the lobby and to start their qualifying session. So we have hopefully all of the GT drivers joining in the next 5 minutes for their qualifying session, because currently we are 3 people short of the ideal number of cars. So I'm just currently putting a message out to the guys in the lobby saying that we're waiting on the LMGTD cars. We should have at least another 2 cars here, but they are not in the lobby at the moment. Unfortunately, if we don't get the extra 2 LMGTD cars in the next couple of minutes, we will be starting the qualifying with only 4 LMGTD cars on the grid. So currently we're missing Speedy and JDC from the GT grid as far as I can see. We have Lou Vipers, we have Oreo, Johto, And no, JD is here. So who are we missing? We are missing the Nissan GTR of T-Bone. Now, the big question is, will we see the extra drivers that we're expecting turn up, or will we have to start the qualifying session without them, because we need to get this race started in the next 15 minutes. Now, if this is all we have in terms of the GT drivers, we have had one more person join the lobby. Will that be the fifth and the final GT driver? It is not. It is Watto. He will be joining us for LMP1 as we have the space. Right, we need to get the two LMP1 drivers, it seems, who were eliminated in qualifying earlier, back in the lobby, because we do not have a full grid and we are missing GT drivers. Right. With that being said, we are now short on GT drivers. It's not ideal, however, we do have as much of a grid as we can at the moment. 13 cars currently, hopefully as many as 15 with people joining. And we should still have a good race. Now it's time for us to start the GTD qualifying. The LMGTD class today unfortunately only made up of 4 cars, 2 AMG GTs and 2 911 RSRs from 3 different teams. This could be quite interesting because we have the 2 Spider GT AMG GTs here and a single Nova 911 RSR and a single Johto Designs Nexus 911 RSR. Now as we drive out the pit lane, we are on board with what I believe is the Johto Designs Nexus, my apologies, Nexus Racing 911 RSR. And there we are, there is the Nexus Racing 911 RSR, sandwiched in either side by 2 Spider GT AMG GT cars, driven by JDC and Vipers. Now, Oreo in the Nova 911 RSR has chosen to drop back slightly from the pack in order to gain a cleaner run in this qualifying session. However, that may not be a factor due to the low number of cars on the grid currently. Now, they're going through the banking for the first time on their outlap. This is a 20-minute session, so these guys will likely get about 15 laps in, somewhere around that, because the GT3 lap time here, compared to the LMP1 cars, there isn't a large differential because of the lack of extreme high-speed corners where downforce plays a factor, and Oreo already committing to the escape road at the chicane on his outlap. That does not bode well for the remainder of his laps today if that sort of driving continues, because he needs to be in a good position at the end of this qualifying session. Because of the lack of GT cars, he could make a real impact with the current points multiplier on the championship simply by finishing in a good space today. And with 4 cars on the grid for GTD, it's hard not to. Now, Viper's coming up to the end of the infield section here at Daytona on his first fast lap in that Spider GT AMG GT GT3 car. Timing not giving a lot away at the moment, as all of the drivers are on their first fast laps. However, he should be in a good position due to, as I've said before, the lack of numbers in this GTD class today. In an ideal world, you would start to see drivers going for it that little bit more today. Because of the lack of GTD cars, you really could have a big swing in the points for the drivers and the team standings if you qualify well now. Now, just coming up to finish their first flying lap is JDC. He sets a 1:45.3. Johto sets a 1:45.6. Vipers sets a 1:48.1. Oreo coming through the final corner now, starting to really ramp that speed up towards 170 miles an hour in these GT3 cars. He sets a 1:53.0. That is way off the pace by Oreo. He needs to be closer than that if he's going to make any effect, and that is a big slide in the first corner. That is not what you want at the start of a qualifying lap like this. Now, Viper's just coming through the third hairpin on the infield section, coming in hard over to the right, clipping the apex, then back hard over to the left onto the curb on exit, hard over to the right, picking your braking point out, back over to the left, over the curb again on the left, over the curb again on the right, and onto the banking. He is a second up on his previous best lap. That is not enough to gain him a position currently. However, if he keeps that rate of improvement up, he will jump towards the top of the timings here. 1.2 seconds up. That is nearly half the gap to Johto in front of him. That is still not enough, unfortunately, to gain him a position on the current timing. Now only a second up, just shy of 1 second and 1/10 up. That is still not enough, and suddenly Vipers is losing time on this lap. Now coming up to the final couple of corners, Johto with a track limits penalty. JDC over the line, doesn't improve. Johto over the line with the track limits penalty, doesn't improve. Vipers improves by 1.2 seconds almost. Still not enough to get him into the top 2 cars with his teammate. Could we see some WSR style teammate action going on later in this session, where JDC gives Vipers the tow to guarantee a better qualifying position for his teammate? Oreo improving slightly on that lap. Still not enough to close the gap down fully to Vipers. It brings him within 3 seconds, which is better than his first attempt. However, still not enough in this current position. I'd like to state again though that regardless of where these guys qualify, they will all have a huge impact on the Drivers' Championship today because of the length of the round, because of the points multiplier, with Oreo 1 second up on his fastest lap so far through the first sector. Could this be the lap that puts him P3 or P2 for the race? Strategy, of course, today in this race will pay a massive impact on the outcome, as well as safety cars, a new feature for this season that we've brought in. Oh, Oreo losing half a second on the second sector. Those hairpins are really easy to find and lose time in. You can either go slightly wide and lose about half a second, or you can hit them absolutely perfectly and gain time. And Oreo again down by another 2/10 in the third sector, now coming down to the all-important chicane. Can he carry enough speed through the chicane as JD improves his fastest lap to a 1:45.2? Can Oreo find any more time? No, he's now lost all of his time this lap. He's now 2.5 tenths down coming through the final couple of corners. Now as we go and look again at Vipers and the 3 cars ahead of Oreo, we can see that there's a 1.4 second gap dividing them. That could be made up if JDC was to give Vipers a slipstream through the long fast banked sections of the circuit and on the oval sections. However, are they close enough together on circuit to be able to do that without also giving Johto a slipstream in that Porsche? It's a very difficult decision to make if you're in those two GT3 Mercedes right now. Now Viper's nearly half a second down coming through the second sector. Let's see JDC backing off through the second sector. Could this be the move that I was just talking about, where they reshuffle the positions so that JDC can give Vipers the tow through the final couple of corners? JDC coming slowly through the chicane now. Vipers closing up massively through that chicane. JDC nearly 10 seconds down. This must be an attempt from the Spider GT cars to close that gap up, to get some slipstream and get ahead of Johto. And Johto now improving to within 4 thousandths of JDC's lap time. This really is as close as GT3 racing gets. Now JDC has just backed off slightly to allow Vipers back into his slipstream range throughout the infield. The important thing is not to get Vipers to get too close to JDC, because if he gets too close, the dirty air will start slowing him down rather than speeding him up. The critical thing here is that Vipers needs to find almost 1.4 seconds this lap to get close enough to Johto to be ahead and lock out a 1-2 in the current state of this qualifying session. Now coming up to the second sector line, 4.5 tenths down. That is not enough currently for Vipers to be able to get ahead of Johto. That isn't even enough to be able to make the difference up this lap. He really needs to get the perfect exit through this chicane, and as I say that, he has now found 3 tenths through that second sector. This isn't over yet. Can Vipers get ahead of Johto on this qualifying run with the slipstream from JDC coming through the final round of banking? And he's lost more time in the chicane. Will he have enough time in hand to be able to get this lap done, because at a 1 minute 45 second lap they have nearly 4 laps left in this qualifying session, and Vipers commits to the pit lane as well as JDC. Could they be about to change tyres and add a little bit more fuel to the car to be able to make it to the end of the qualifying session? The question now is, as well as Oreo, will he be up enough through this final section as Johto spins in the infield, having taken the fastest lap by nearly 1/10 of a second. Johto dropping the car on the infield on the entrance to the second chicane. That does not bode well for the rest of his qualifying session, because with dirty tyres now he needs to find some time, somehow, to be able to open that gap out to the 2 Spider GT Mercedes. And you can see the evidence again there of the dirty tyres as he goes deep into the second hairpin on the infield section, going around to the final set of corners to bring him back onto the banking. And you can just see that Porsche sliding and slithering up onto the banking where he has no grip from those Michelin Pilot Sports. And yeah, Johto has lost, unfortunately, nearly 11 seconds through that spin and through going deep in those corners. He will not improve on this lap. He needs to gather himself through this chicane. Oh, there's another big slide there, and through the grass. That will be a track limits penalty for Johto. And there it is, a 2-second track limit penalty. That is rather large as far as these GT7 penalties go. 2 seconds for a cut that severe is a lot of time to lose. However, as he commits to the pit lane for, I suspect, another set of tyres and a fresh race suit after that moment, he will be furious that he did not improve more. Now, JDC coming through to finish what I believe is his outlap. 1:45, yeah, that is his outlap completed. Vipers coming through to complete his outlap in the other Spider GT AMG GT. Coming through the first couple of corners, they really need to nail this set of corners to improve, as Oreo improves to a 1:48.444. Now Johto exiting the pit lane just behind Vipers on his qualifying lap. Will this be the thing that defines this qualifying session in the GT class? Will it be that slipstream? Will Johto want to just sit behind Vipers and see if he can't improve his time further, or will he want to go past and get the clean air in front of Vipers and see if he can improve his lap time more that way, because there is still more pace in that 911. Vipers still not finding the time in that second sector. He is 2/10 down through that sector. Now the question is will Johto close up through the next couple of sectors on his outlap and try and commit to a pass? Vipers now 1/10 up. The lap time swinging suddenly the other way for Vipers. Will he be able to find enough lap time to get closer to JDC? Or will he keep falling off? Oh, he's kept falling off through the chicane. Still not fast enough. Nearly 3/10 down on his best lap. Now JDC coming across the start-finish line. He goes 1/10 purple. 1:45.102. That is almost at the peak of what these GT3 cars can do on these Michelin Pilot Sport tyres today. As the sun sets, however, in the next 5 minutes, we may start to see some more improvements in lap time. The question is now, if I was Johto, with JDC purple in Sector 1 by 300ths, if I was Johto right now in that 911, would I commit to another lap right now, or would I ease off, get the clean air and try another lap slightly later in the session with the cooler air temperature, allowing the cars to have slightly more power and slightly more grip towards the end of the session. Now JDC 200ths down through the second sector. That is very easy to lose time in. To answer the question in chat, this is the GTD qualifying session for the LSR 3 Hours of Daytona. Currently we only have 4 GTD cars on track. We are doing split qualifying today, so the LMP1 cars have already qualified. JDC, as you can see now, currently a 10th down, and he is pulling to the high side of the circuit and slowing down. Could this be to allow Vipers to catch up to him and have the slipstream in the vital final few minutes of qualifying? Now, Vipers is the next car behind JDC, so they are going to be at the line together in a moment. Vipers crosses the line, doesn't improve, 148.4. He needs to be in that 145.5 area to start really closing that gap to his teammate. Johto in the 911 RSR in behind those two Spider GT3 cars. Oreo coming through the end of sector 3 on an outlap. The pace seems pretty good from Oreo at the moment. He could close that gap to Vipers even more. He just needs to start committing to some of these corners a little bit further than he has been. Now, JDC being towed by Vipers. This is a twist I didn't see coming. Perhaps Spider aren't confident that the gap of half a tenth to Johto is enough in this qualifying session to guarantee them pole position. JDC 1.6 seconds down on the second sector, sorry. Being towed by Vipers through the third sector. Will he find any time? No, he doesn't. He's still down through the third sector, coming down to the Le Mans chicane now. Hard into the left. Oh, and JDC runs deep. He's in the grass. That is not good for this lap. That's going to allow Johto to get even closer, and JDC has a half-second penalty. That might allow Johto to get pole position here with 1.5 minutes left on the clock. If I was in a GT3 car right now, I would want to be getting ready to do my final fast lap. Johto also with a half-second penalty. This really could change how this qualifying session ends. Spider clearly not confident that that gap is enough. Johto feeling the lap is coming together for him, and Vipers goes deep and slows down JDC in the first corner. Could that give Johto the tow that he needs to get within that half a tenth gap? And no, Vipers pulling over to the right hand side to allow Johto through to complete his qualifying lap. Is JDC up in this first sector? No, he's not. Nearly 3.5 tenths down, almost 4 tenths down in fact in that first sector. That is not a good sign if Johto starts improving his lap time, especially considering that he is close enough to JDC to get a tow and start improving, especially with the sunset now as well starting to cool everything down again. We really could start seeing some fast laps here. Now, will Johto improve enough through this final chicane? He is really pushing at the moment to get this final lap in. Is he up as he comes across the sector line? No, he is not. He's down by nearly 4.5 tenths. That is not a good sign. Now, the question is JDC up at all? Can he make that gap any bigger as he comes across the line past the Geico restart zone? And over the line, he does not improve. Half a second down. Johto does not improve. 3.5 tenths down. Vipers weaving around all over the place. He won't improve. He's already at a 2-minute lap time. Vipers 12 seconds down. Oreo coming through sector 2. Can he find anything to challenge any of the cars ahead of him. No, he is nearly 16 seconds down on this lap. JDC and Johto now driving around with the hazards on. The auto drive has taken over. That means their qualifying session is complete, and the order will be Mercedes, Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche, provided that Oreo cannot find any time on this lap to get anywhere ahead of Vipers. Coming over the last sector line, Oreo now 16 seconds down. He will not improve. So the grid order will be Mercedes, Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche in the GT3 class. And Oreo committing to the pit lane there. Unfortunately, this will mean that his qualifying session is over. Now all we must wait for is for the timer to tick down, for qualifying to be complete. Then we must reset the lobby so that the drivers have the correct conditions to start racing in. It is a 24-hour simulated race in 3 hours, so there is an 8 times time acceleration been put on this lobby. It's why the sun has already started to set, and as you can see in the background, the lights have already started to come on, and the headlights have started to come on for these cars now, is because we are going to see a full day-night cycle here at Daytona, which could play havoc with strategies and decision making for these drivers, because as the track temperature cools down, the different tyre compounds will start behaving significantly differently on these cars, because each car with its unique handling characteristics will start to see slight shifts in its performance. So for those of you watching, I'm just about to take a moment and start sorting our grid order out for the race. The weather is set to be clear throughout the race today. Daytona on GT7 does not support rain, unfortunately. If it did, we would likely be seeing a torrential downpour at the moment as a result of the storm currently crossing Florida and Georgia. Right, so we have 13 cars here today for this 3-hour race. We are about to get underway. I'm just about to say to the drivers that they are going to get 5 minutes to warm up, and then they will be racing for 3 hours here at Daytona. Now it's time to start seeing if all the drivers are ready to go for this race. 3 hours is quite a long time if you're a solo driver. Now these guys, most of them are experienced in endurance racing. The WSR Audi drivers are experienced in endurance racing in a variety of series. The guys from Spider GT in the GT3 class, they are also extremely experienced in endurance racing. The cars from Nova are also experienced in endurance racing. This will be a battle for the ages. Right, in that case, with all of the drivers confirming that they are ready, it is time to start this race. Now, ladies and gentlemen who are on the stream, this is a very different format to what LSR is used to seeing. It is mixed class LMP1 cars from 2016 versus GT3 machinery from a variety of years. In this case today we have 2 911 RSRs and 2 AMG GT3s in the GT class. In the LMP class we have a variety of 919 hybrid Porsches. We have 2 Audi R18s and we have a single Toyota TS050 hybrid. All of these cars make north of 700 horsepower with the hybrid system. They will all drive for over an hour before the first pit stop, I suspect. And if nobody else objects, I think we will start our race. Now, with Tim Grin on pole, this is a very simple starting procedure. The rolling start will be controlled by the game's auto drive system. Tim Grin starting on pole, Furrow starting P2, starting P3 Squishy, P4 Bolden, P5 Noah, P6 Natty, P7 Alvarado, P8 Big Mac, P9 Watto, and we are about to get underway. Tim Grin leading the field towards the line here. And as we go through T1, no major dramas. It is a good getaway for Tim Grin, already at a 7.5 gap, if not more. There's an LMP1 car that has dropped back in a large way. That is Natty, I believe, or certainly one of the LMP1 cars. It is Watto, in fact, who has dropped back from the LMP1 pack. As the LMP1 leaders come through the second chicane, this is where you can see a large potential for contact and for collisions. Coming through, there's some wheel banging between Alvarado and Bolden and Natty, however they are keeping it for the large part as clean as possible. Now looking further up the field, we have Noah and Furrow starting to be in a position to start closing that gap up to Tim Grin. However, Tim Grin is in an extremely fast car here today. He is certainly pulling away extremely well. A 1.1 second gap already at the first chicane. All of the cars coming slowly through that chicane. You have to go all the way from 190 miles an hour down to 130 in these LMP1 cars to go through. Bolden chasing Alvarado down, the gap just slightly going out. The difference in the exit of that chicane can prove to be 1/10 of a second or more, with Natty with a half second penalty. Big Mac having to take avoiding action to go round Natty. Coming back into T1, Bolden hard on the brakes all the way over, and he's gone deep. Big Mac's gone deep as well. Cars are going flying through that first corner. Now coming through the second chicane, there is another car deep. That's Furrow, deep in the second corner, cutting into the grass. And as we look further forward, Squishy leading the pack behind Tim Grin, who has opened up a 3.5 second gap already to the pack behind. Going purple, Vipers all the way down in last. He must have had a horrible start in that AMG GT car. Oreo up to P3 in the GT class. Johto P2, a 1.1 second gap to JDC in front and closing. JDC coming through the end of the second sector as the LMP1 cars start to break away from the GTDs. Watto coming down to the final chicane. A large pack of cars coming through that final chicane now. Natty, Furrow, Bolden, all in one huge pack. 3 Porsche 919s all together here. As we look further up the field, Alvarado chasing down Noah and Squishy for P2. Tim Grin currently in the process of checking out in his 919. He is at a 3.1 second gap, and it is only getting bigger as he sets a fastest lap. As you can see, all of the cars coming through this second sector now at high speed. This is a high risk area for collisions that can trigger safety cars. The thing is that these high risk collisions usually don't happen in the first 10 or so laps here at Daytona because of the field being spread out so when most of these collisions happen, a large portion of them unfortunately will involve those GTD cars. These LMP1s, despite being faster, having more downforce, as they're threading their way through the GTD cars, they will inevitably at some point have an accident. Now, as we see Furrow coming through the final chicane, getting onto the grass again through the chicane. 6.4 seconds up on his personal best lap time. A 1:32.8 the lap to beat. With the slipstream, can Furrow nab the fastest lap from Timgren and start charging back? Coming past the restart zone, coming up to the line, it is not enough for a fastest lap by nearly 1.2 seconds. Timgren setting another fastest lap this time round, 1:32.7. Furrow closing down Alvarado in front. Alvarado, a rookie in this season, doing rather well in his first race, it has to be said. Ahead of him, Noah, one of the more experienced drivers on this grid, having a really hard time catching and passing the Audi R18 in front of Squishy as Noah goes slightly deep through that second sector, coming back onto the banking. Timgren has fully checked out at this point. He is 4.5 seconds ahead and fully taking advantage of all that clear air. Now behind him, Squishy and Noah are 3 and a bit tenths, 4 tenths separated coming into this chicane. Could we see potential contact between them? They are incredibly close, these cars are incredibly fast, but most importantly, dirty air in high-speed corners in these LMP1 cars is going to be a massive deciding factor today in the order. Now, with Squishy coming down through that first hairpin, Noah is 6 tenths back, 5 tenths back, 4 tenths back, 3 tenths back. Noah has a fantastic run coming off that hairpin on the Audi. It really shows the difference in the hybrid deployment of these cars. The Porsche's battery system works similar to a Formula 1 car. You hit the accelerator, it dumps all of the charge through the electric motors, giving you a far better drive off the corner. The Audi's hybrid system improving its high-speed driving, and Noah there bump drafting Squishy through sector 3. That will be looked at by the stewards surely later in the evening. The drivers were briefed specifically before the race that they are not to be bump drafting in these LMP1 cars. Now with Squishy, he is slightly faster in the high-speed section, specifically after that chicane in the back straight. However, Noah in the 919 is faster everywhere else. He is faster on corner entry, corner exit, and in his acceleration off the corner because of that hybrid system. It really is the defining factor between these two cars. Now, as we look further back, we can see that Furrow has cleared Alvarado. The two Spaniards locked in a very close battle right now. Furrow sporting a very quickly put together pink P1 livery. Alvarado closing on him. This battle allowing Natty to close up on both of them in the Nova liveried 919. Bolden in the USA liveried 919 following closely as well. Big Mac in the other WSR R18 slightly off the pace of his teammate, and that was a big spin for Watto. That was a large spin. How much time did Watto lose through that off? Not a lot. It must have been a small slide, but he still lost time there. JDC coming through the infield now in his AMG. Giotto close behind. 5 seconds, 5.9 seconds is the gap. In GT3 cars, you can lose or gain that in a pit stop because of the slight differences in fueling. Oreo still ahead of the Vipers in the AMG GT, and Timgren is starting to make his first pass through the GT traffic. Now the big question is, as we look further down the field, Squishy just catching Vipers, Noah right on his tail, the sun starting to set here at Daytona. Will Noah gain an advantage over Squishy as he goes through the GT field? Noah 2/10 the gap now. Will he try a move into this chicane? No, he won't. He makes a good decision of staying back and just biding his time. Squishy going under Oreo at the start of the banking. Noah going round Oreo on the high side. Squishy now an 8.5 gap to Noah. Furrow coming through the final corners, coming up to Vipers in that GT3 car. Alvarado with a half-second penalty. That is going to allow Alex Natty to close right up and be right there into the first corner. And Natty goes round the outside into the first corner here at Daytona. That GT3 car is going to play a factor in this battle. There they go, round the GT3 car. Alvarado closing back up to Natty, thinking about having a look down the inside at the hairpin. A slight bit of wheel banging in the middle of the corner there. Alvarado pulls out of the slipstream again. Natty squeezing him to the limit of the track, bumping wheels again. Alvarado still looking at the inside. Natty just hanging on as they come up on another GT3 car, which is Oreo. Natty down the inside, Alvarado also down the inside, back up onto the banking. Oreo gets loose. Alvarado closing with that slipstream through the banking on Natty. Can he think about making a move into the Le Mans chicane? And he does. He puts the car on the outside, and Natty is going to have to back out of the chicane and let Alvarado have that position. Overtaking into that chicane is a very dangerous thing. If you go into that chicane too fast and too wide, it only ever ends badly. Now, Furrow is about to catch up to Giotto in P2 in the GTD class. Giotto going a little bit deep there, getting a little bit loose and wiggly on the way out of turn 1. Alvarado just starting to get a little bit frustrated with Giotto as the headlights come on and the sun starts setting in the golden hour here at Daytona. Now, will Alvarado start closing back up to Furrow on this lap with this GT traffic? Furrow still has one more car in front of him, which is JDC to clear. Will he clear JDC somewhere in the infield? No, he won't. He will clear him on the banking or just after the chicane, where these LMP1s have such a speed advantage on the GTD cars. Furrow has passed JDC. Alvarado in his slipstream, pulling out to the left hand side, to the right hand side, closing up on Furrow again into the braking zone for the chicane. Hard left, hard right, hard left again through the chicane. Natty just getting trapped behind JDC ever so slightly through that chicane. That's going to allow Bolden to close that gap right back up again. JDC sticking to the low line as is expected of the GT3 cars. Big Mac coming up on this group as well. The GTD car of Giotto should be the next car that he passes. As we look to this group ahead, Alvarado powering his way towards Furrow, a 1.1 second gap still. Natty trying to keep the pace going with Alvarado and with Furrow in front. Will Squishy now start closing back up to Noah with 1 second gap between them? Noah has passed Natty, and they are both trying to close that gap back up to Timgren in the lead. Now is time to start talking about strategy in this race. They're 10 laps in, there has not been a safety car yet. This is important because if the track stays green for another few laps, we could start seeing some strategy coming into play for the LMP1 cars, because those soft tyres are not going to last forever, despite the drop in track temperature and despite the performance of the cars, as Timgren sets another fastest lap, a 1:32.2. As the sun sets, the track temperature will drop and it will start playing with how these drivers look at strategy. As we see Noah coming through the first corner, Squishy starting to really wheel that car behind him. Both of them on the soft tyre, Noah at a slight fuel advantage over Squishy. Furrow at about the same fuel as Noah. Squishy really is at a fuel disadvantage compared to these 919s. Now, Furrow has started to pull away again from Alvarado. That is really critical for his race, because if he can start closing that gap to the top 3 again, we might see a slightly different outcome later in the race should there be a safety car. We're only 16 minutes into a 3-hour race, so this could be very much a deciding factor. Now, Natty and Alvarado are really close coming through Sector 1. Alvarado gets a slight slide going. Natty is really close here. Natty looks to the inside. They bump, but they don't fully collide. There's no damage to either car. Alvaro's getting a slightly better traction off the corner. Natty's still looking for a way past. He's looking, thinking about the inside. He chooses not to go for it. Closing back up to Alvarado on the corner exit in the slipstream, throwing the car round the final corner of the infield back onto the banking. Can Natty find a way of making a move on Alvarado here? Just in back of shot there, you could also see Bolden closing. As these two cars fight and fight often, Bolden will just start making those marginal gains as they compromise their lap time in favour of fighting one another. With all 3 of those cars, Alvarado, Natty and Bolden, all being 919s, it's almost inevitable that that gap will start to close up if one of them makes a mistake, as Alvarado goes deep again into turn 1. Natty gets the run through the chicane. Coming up to the second hairpin, Natty puts the car on the outside and Natty goes deep into the grass. He puts 2 wheels into the grass there. That has really opened that gap up again by 7 tenths to Alvarado. Now as we look ahead, Squishy and Noah have closed up and swapped positions again. Noah back down to P3, Squishy back up to P2, Timgren still checking out of this race in the lead. He is now at almost an 11-second lead. Vipers just being passed by Timgren on the traffic. Oreo about to be passed by Timgren. Johto just at a 6-second gap to JDC. That is enough that if there's a safety car and that gap closes, that strategy could make the difference between those cars. The AMG always is quite harsh on those tyres. Both Johto and JDC preferring the medium tyres. Oreo on the softs, Vipers coming in off the mediums with damage. Who did Vipers get damage from? That is the big question. Who did Vipers get hit by? None of the LMP1 cars showing damage here, so it could have just been that he hit a wall somewhere. It's entirely possible that he just went deep. Interestingly, looking at the tyre choices in LMP1, there is a mixture of soft and medium tyres going on here. The leaders, the top three, all on soft tyres. Fourth, Furrow, also on the soft tyre. Alvarado in fifth on the medium tyre. An interesting choice given his pace. Natty behind on the soft tyre. Bolden behind them on the medium tyre. Big Mac on the soft tyre also. Watto also on the soft tyre. JDC on the medium tyre for now, but how much longer will he be on that tyre for, considering he's just dipped below half a tank of fuel? Johto also on that medium compound of tyre. It's why that gap is not shifting all that much between those two cars. Oreo on the soft tyre, not gaining as much as he could be coming through there, as he is about to be lapped by Furrow in that bright pink 919. Now Oreo goes deep. Oh, and there's contact there between Furrow and Oreo. Neither car has damage, fortunately, but that was very close to a safety car. Now as we see Natty and Oreo coming through the lap traffic, Timgren almost touching Johto there, coming through very aggressive after the chicane. Oreo just being passed by Bolden now. Vipers, the only car to complete a pit stop so far, has opted for a soft tyre for the rest of his tank of fuel. Squishy just starting to come alive again to close that gap down to Noah. Both of those cars getting awfully close to Watto, the current back marker, who is under blue flags for LMP1. He will have to move over and allow those two cars behind to come through. And he does so. He allows them through at the hairpin, and he's following Squishy now through the second sector of the track as Squishy tries to close down to Noah again. Natty and Bolden starting to come through that first and second sector also. The gap only at 1.2 seconds. Alvarek's only 1.2 seconds ahead of Natty now as well. Furrow only 2.8 seconds ahead of them. Squishy really pushing now to try and clear these cars. Noah just starting to clear Johto now. coming into the chicane. Will Squishy get trapped behind that 911 coming into this chicane? He will. He's going to have to back fully off the throttle and ease off through the chicane as he powers back on past Johto on the exit. That has saved Noah's race for now. It has opened him up a 2-second gap. Now Timgren coming through the first couple of corners again. Nothing in front of him apart from Vipers, who is just coming to the end of the second sector. So nothing in front of Timgren as it is. Currently, as the order is, it is currently Timgren, Noah, Squishy, Furrow, followed by Alvarado, who has just lapped Watto, followed by Natty, followed by Bolden, followed by Big Mac. Watto has just lost a lap to P4 and is about to lose the lap to P5. Furrow is off with damage. Has he hit somebody? Did Furrow just clip someone? Furrow just got damage from somewhere on his car. Watto with damage. Will Watto move over and allow Bolden through? And he does. Bolden goes through on the inside. Furrow will probably have some words to say to the stewards about that after the race, because he also got damaged the same as Watto did. Watto now trying to stay with Bolden with damage on the nose and the right hand front suspension. More blue flags for Watto as Big Mac comes up to lap him as well. Watto will have to pit this lap and change his strategy as he gets a half-second penalty as well. And bumping wheels between Watto and Big Mac. Watto commits to the pit lane. Bolden also committing to the pit lane with nose damage. The question is did Bolden hit anybody to get that nose damage? No other car but Bolden is on the circuit with damage to the rear of the car or to any other component. Furrow unfortunately must have disconnected, and he has just tried rejoining the lobby. So Bolden in the pits taking on board fuel, fixing that damage. Watto also in the pits taking on fuel and fixing damage. Bolden leaving the pit lane, now coming through that first hairpin in the first sector. Watto now also through that hairpin. Watto elected not to change tyres, neither did Bolden. Bolden did not change tyres or repair his damage. Now that is interesting to see that Bolden did not fix his damage on that car, but Watto chose to. I'll now try and establish a little bit of communication with Furrow and just see what happened there. Because I'm just as curious as I'm sure many of you are as to what on earth happened to Furrow. He was running such a good race, he qualified well, the car was clearly working well for him as well. What could have gone wrong there? As we stay with Bolden. Bolden committing to the pit lane again. Will he change the tyres and fix that damage now, I wonder? Bolden into the pits again. Damage being fixed. And damage is fixed. He still elects to stay on those medium tyres. And he has just lost the lap to the leader as well. He has blue flags and he must move over at this time for Timgren to come past. That is not what Bolden needed in this race. Watto just ahead of Bolden. He is about to lose his second lap, I believe, as well to the leaders. JDC doing very well, a 9.3 second gap to Johto coming through the final couple of corners. Johto also coming through those final couple of corners. GT3 cars will need to start to think about their strategy, about their fuel usage and their tyre life in the next 5 minutes, because that is when the fuel on those GT3 cars will start running out. And I've just had confirmation from Furo that unfortunately his VR headset crashed and his console detected rest mode, which kicked him from the lobby, which is really an unfortunate way to end today's race. Not even 15 laps in, or not even 20 laps in, I apologise for the leaders. Now, as we look further up the field, Alvarado and Natty are absolutely locked together coming into the chicane. Alvarado's just backing out and letting Natty have the space to come by. The question now is when they catch Vipers, who will gain and who will lose? Because they're going to catch him in a really awkward place. Alvarado with a half-second penalty. That may shut this run down on Natty for the time being. Alvarado just slightly losing time due to that penalty. All of the LMP1 cars, Natty will have to be thinking about this as well, as will Squishy and Noah. All of the LMP1 cars will have to start thinking very soon about their strategy. Watto still under blue flags for Bolden now, who's going to put a lap on him. He will be 2 laps down on the leader. Big Mac just coming through the second sector now with a couple of cars ahead of him. Alvarado and Natty in a GT3 car. Now the question is, if I was in this LMP1 car, would I want to commit to stopping a little bit early and gambling on a safety car happening later in the race? As we see Alvarado and Natty still locked together in a battle. Squishy and Noah still closing and fighting in the straights and in the corners. Timgren starting to really show his true power here. He is currently at a 17.5 second lead. No pit stops have taken place yet. On the fuel strategy, it appears that the Nova cars have the biggest advantage at the moment. Then the WSRR 18s. Then the 2 cars that have stopped already, Watto and Bolden, have almost full fuel tanks because they both committed to early stops to refill that fuel. Now the big question is here, who in the LMP1 class will blink first on strategy? Will it be Big Mac? Will it be Alvarado, who is just lapping Oreo? Will it be Natty? Will it be Squishy? Will it be Noah? Will it be the leader, Timgren, who is nearly at an 18-second lead now? Those lap times looking incredibly consistent. Now at this point, you're about 35 minutes into the race. You're really settled in. The thing that you do not want happening now as a driver is a safety car, which is why everybody's going to start being a little bit on edge and a little bit nervous, because we're really close to that first pit window and we still haven't had a safety car. That is usually a good sign. However, things can still change, and can change fast. Now, these LMP1 cars, they're all starting to use up that right rear tyre. All of the soft runners are at about 70% on that rear right tyre. They're all going to start thinking in the next couple of laps about tyre management, about fuel management, and just seeing who can make their strategy work best. As Alvarado closes back up to Natty again, bringing the gap down to under 0.6 of a second. He is firmly within the slipstream range of those cars. Coming through towards the penalty zone, neither car with a track limits penalty. Coming down into turn 1, Watto committing to the pit lane again for yet another stop, with yet more nose damage. The question is what did he hit? We may never know. Now Giotto committing to his first pit stop. He is taking fuel and tyres. Now the fuel here creeping up very slowly. It's a 3 litre a second refill rate, so if you want to be smart, you will only take the amount of fuel you need for the set of tyres you're using. If you take more than what you need, then you may end up in a poor position on strategy. Now, Oreo has not stopped yet. He is 6 seconds up on Giotto on extremely worn soft tyres. That gap is going to come down rapidly over the next 2 laps, because those softs at this point are going to be feeling horrible. JDC committing to the pit lane. He will be going for tyres and fuel as well. A fresh set of Michelin Pilot Sports waiting for him. A tank of fuel also. The question is now really who will blink in LMP1 first, because we've seen Watto pit a few times. We have seen Bolden pit a few times. Nobody else has committed to a pit stop yet, as Alvarado looks to the inside of Natty. Doesn't quite make the move stick. Natty slightly wide coming through turn 1. Both of them side by side coming into turn 4. Natty slightly deep. Alvarado to the inside, and they touch. Natty just getting slightly loose there on the exit. He will be incredibly frustrated. Alvarado lets him back past as to avoid a further penalty. The question now is with that happening, will we start seeing some slightly higher aggression among these drivers towards the start of this pit cycle? Squishy's fuel now in the red. He is right on the tail of Noah, whose fuel has just dipped below 20%. The big question here now is, will Noah be able to make the tyres hold on as well as Squishy? Because Squishy's front tyres are significantly better, and in the infield, with all of the turns and the rotation that you need, for having front grip on those front Michelins is very important. Now somebody is in the pit lane. That is Oreo in pit lane for service. He is getting fresh tyres. A fresh set of Michelin Pilot Sports soft compound tyres have gone on. He is currently refuelling the car all the way as high as the fuel will go. Vipers has just passed Oreo for position. He has not stopped yet, however, so this could be the start of the shuffle on strategy. Johto now at a 13-second gap almost to JDC. JDC, the leader in our GTD class, he has completed 22 laps. And Alvarado is in the pit lane. He is the first LMP1 driver to blink. He is taking a fresh set of medium tyres and a full tank of fuel in the pits. The question for me now is will Big Mac respond? Because those medium tyres and that fuel are looking horrible right now for him. They look like they need some fuel and certainly some tyres. Those Michelin Pilot Sports cannot be feeling comfortable right now. Natty also in a similar position, that rear right tyre going off slightly more than the rest of the tyres, starting to lose him grip in vital corners where it matters, such as the Le Mans chicane here. And you can just see the car getting slightly out of shape over that first set of curbs due to that tyre wear. Squishy still chasing Noah down. Noah slightly better on fuel than Squishy, but slightly worse on those front tyres. Squishy now with Noah. Noah letting Squishy through. Well, what on earth happened there? Noah slowed down, allowed Squishy past, and all of a sudden teleported in front of him. That must have been a netcode moment there for both of those drivers. The question is, with the current state of the cars and fuel, can Squishy close that gap up enough that if there was a safety car, for him to come out of any potential pit cycle during the safety car ahead of Noah? Right now, at about 40 minutes, you're going to start seeing more and more of these LMP1 cars stop for fuel. Squishy is in dire need of fuel. Timgren is in dire need of fuel also. Natty is starting to need tyres more than he needs fuel, but he still needs both. Big Mac in need of both tyres and fuel. Alvarado just stopped, the first driver to blink in the top 6. And he is currently on a fresh set of softs and a full tank of fuel and is charging after the cars ahead of him. Bolden, the car behind Alvarado, 7 seconds is the gap. Passing Johto, coming down into the first corner. Bolden on a completely alternate strategy. He has stopped multiple times already for damage and for fuel and tyres. Watto in the same position, having stopped multiple times already for damage, fuel and tyres. JDC under blue flags now for an LMP car coming through. The question is, which LMP car is it? It is Alvarado, and Alvarado goes wide into the grass. People have been running wide there consistently, it seems, from the tyre marks in that grass. Alvaro's half a second penalty. Goes past JDC on the inside, driving it through the banking now. Johto just coming out of the infield, back onto the banking, on a soft tyre compared to JDC's medium. Oreo coming along the start-finish line on the soft tyre. Vipers also on a medium tyre. Timgren in the lead, still hasn't stopped. Noah still hasn't stopped. Natty still hasn't stopped. Squishy and Big Mac are in for WSR and the R18s. They will be passed, but one of them will be passed by at least one car, and that car will likely be Alvarado. If Big Mac isn't passed by Alvarado, then he will be passed by both Alvarado and Bolden, due to the length of the pit stops here at Daytona and the fact that they need to bring more fuel in the car to bring it back up to a position where it can do another 40 or so minute stint. And Big Mac comes back out of the pit lane with Bolden. Now this is critical because Bolden has stopped twice already. Big Mac has only just stopped once. Big Mac is on a fresh set of softs. Bolden is on a warm set of mediums and significantly less fuel. The big question now is, if I was Big Mac, would I start pushing? And I think I wouldn't just yet. I think I'd just wait and let traffic play its course, because those GTD cars are now slightly dispersed around the circuit to a point where if you're in an LMP you wouldn't necessarily consider passing on pace alone. You might now just wait until you catch an LMP car. And Timgren is in the pits. He is out of fuel. Noah closing that gap down. Not much better for fuel. Certainly not much better for tyres either. Natty also in the position where he needs to stop for fuel and tyres. The question remains now, however, with Timgren in the pits, Noah continues. Natty rounding out of the final section of banking. Will he also go past Timgren as he's stopped in the pits for fuel and service? Yes, he will. He will come out ahead of Timgren by something in the realm of 15 seconds. However, both he and Noah are yet to stop, so this advantage will only be temporary. The question is now, in this pack ahead of them, Vipers is there being lapped by Big Mac. You then have Oreo just ahead. You have Johto just under blue flags as well from an LMP1 car. You have JDC just slightly further up the track in some clear air. Watto coming round the final banked corner, dipping just a bit too low there onto the apron. Big Mac coming through the Le Mans chicane. The question is now, can he catch the pack in front with Bolden and Alvarado in it? Because they are both going to come up on a lapped car in a moment, who may decide the battle between them. So now looking at the battle between Squishy and Noah, Squishy is on a slightly worn set of tyres. He's got slightly less fuel in the car. Noah has slightly more fuel, slightly fresher tyres. But at this point in the evening, tyre temperature is that important to these drivers, as Squishy picks up a half a second track limits penalty in the chicane again. The question is, will tyre temperature start to play a factor in this race? Bolden being chased down by Alvarado again. The question is now, will Alvarado be able to hold on to his position, or will he be able to get past Bolden and hopefully start opening a gap on Big Mac, who is very close behind? He is about to lap Watto. The question now remains, will Big Mac, in lapping Watto, be able to open a large enough gap to start really pushing again to be in a good position for the end of this race? Watto, oh, and there's contact. Yeah, that's a safety car. That is a big incident going into turn one between Watto and between the other car. Who was the other car? It must have been Big Mac, because Big Mac is driving around with heavy nose damage. That may destroy his race here. Now we have to wait for the leader to form, for the drivers behind the leader to form up. The leader is to slow down and to start bunching the pack up again. Right, so the leader is now aware that he is to slow down and start bunching everybody up. In a moment we will see the GTD cars start to pit again. So the pit lane is open for those who need service now. All of these cars will be driving around at just over 100 miles an hour, starting to catch up with the cars in front. Starting that process of bunching the field up again. So Big Mac, the car with the damage, will likely be pitting on this lap to repair that damage, fill the car back up with fuel and take some fresh tyres just so that he can take it without a disadvantage. Watto is going to have to bunch back up to the back of the safety car pack. Alvarado comes in, he looks to be taking tyres and fuel. The main pack is starting to stay bunched up. Johto and Noah starting to pull the pack towards the leaders. Timgren keeping the lead pack between himself and the 2 Spider GT Mercedes in the right order. I've just said leader to, so as I'm race directing, I'm instructing the leader to slow down to 62 miles an hour approximately to allow the rest of the pack to bunch up behind him, as most drivers choose the option of pitting and taking tyres. Squishy in, Bolden in, Alvarado coming through those final couple of corners on the alternate tyre, the medium tyre. He will be closing down on that pack as fast as he can. Big Mac coming round behind a car, presumably a GT3. Johto disconnecting there. That is not the start you want to have to an endurance season. Big Mac currently behind Oreo in the remaining 911 RSR. He is guaranteed a podium. Timgren currently bunching the pack up behind him. JDC currently ahead of Squishy. Alvarado closing everybody down. Big Mac and Oreo are still further out from the pack than they need to be. Alvarado just catching the rear of the train now. The next car behind, Bolden, just coming down to catch the rear of that train also. Big Mac coming through the first corner. The GTD drop back, I'm expecting it in the next 2 laps. So, the GTD drop back is still waiting. We're just waiting on the final 3 cars to come to the back of this train. We're expecting Oreo. We are expecting, I suspect, 2 more LMPs. We have the 2 Spider GT GT3 cars there. We have Alvarado, we have Bolden, we have Big Mac. We are waiting on Watto and Oreo to catch this pack up before we can sort the GTD drop back. So at this current point, we really need to wait and see where these GT cars can start to drop back, because in an ideal world, as the race director, I have to get them to drop back in a sensible place, and that will likely be on the back straight before the chicane, so that the LMPs can take the right hand side and go past safely. Oreo has just caught the back of the pack. Currently we have the top 3, Timgren, Noah and Natty, all bunched up together. Squishy behind the 2 GTDs. Alvarado sat slightly out of line to keep the car in a good place and to keep good vision into the first corner. So I now have to make the expectation clear to the leaders. Right, so now we see the LMPs go past the GTDs. This is the only point where where there's overtaking among the LMP cars and the GTDs under safety car. Leader speed up to 160 kph lets the guys know that the leader is allowed to start bringing that pace back up. We will remain under safety car, and we will remain under safety car conditions until lap 37. So we now have to go through a whole bunch of race instructions, unfortunately, for those who wanted to actually see this process. Right, so we have the order. Everybody is going to stop weaving in a moment, and everything is going to start becoming very real again. There's that information from Vipers doesn't make any difference to the outcome, unfortunately, because of the fact that there is a drop back, yes, however there is no unlapping. And we are back underway again. Now, as we come down into this first corner, all of the LMP1 cars are bunched back together again. That was the first safety car we've seen. All of the LMP1 cars bunched all the way back together with some battery recharge on their hybrid system. question now is, will the 919s start pulling away from the R18s? I don't think so, because the R18s seem to recharge their battery in a significantly different way. Alvarado and Bolden side by side again. Alvarado just sneaking ahead. Bolden looking to the inside, pulling away slightly. Big Mac in the background, trying to close up again. Watto still in the background, still trying to keep up. In GT3 class, JDC 3 seconds ahead of Oreo. Oreo a lap ahead of Vipers now. Now the question is, as racing resumes here, what will happen at the front of the pack? Bolden, a half-second penalty, presumably for track limits. He pulls to the right-hand side. That gives Alvarado the slight advantage going into turn 1. Natty, Squishy and Noah all fighting for position into turn 1. Through the infield they come. Timgren starting to eke that gap out again. Natty looking to the inside. Squishy not quite letting him in there. Bolden passing Big Mac, Big Mac passing Bolden. Was there contact there? Bolden suddenly looking very slow on those tyres. Could it be the hybrid system, or the tyre temperature isn't quite there after that restart? Up at the front again, Squishy under a lot of pressure from Natty. Will Natty pass him? No, he won't. He won't pass him this lap. There's a half-second penalty there for Natty. Now, as we go on board here with Natty for a moment, I'd like you to note just how loud the car is for the driver's experience. It is incredibly noisy in these cars. And as he comes up through the banking, you can see just how little these drivers can see out of the car. All they can see in front of them through those banked corners is the track. Now let's just ride on board on the TV camera on top of this LMP1 car for a lap here at Daytona. Squishy ahead, Noah just ahead of him, both pulling away slightly from Natty. Natty on the slightly older soft tyres compared to the fresher softs on Squishy, and the slightly older tyres on Noah. Timgren on slightly older tyres still, pulling away still from the rest of the pack. Squishy coming through onto the banking again. Natty coming back onto the banking also. Alvarado, Bolden and Big Mac all in a pack again together. Watto just coming through the end of Sector 2 towards the banking in the Toyota. JDC coming through Sector 1, followed by Oreo, who is going to have to pass Vipers for position if he can close that gap up. The big question here remains, what will happen in this LMP1 class? Because if we have another safety car triggered in the next few laps, it will throw all strategy that these drivers have had planned out of the window entirely. And with the way that this aggression is ramping up, it is no doubt that we will see a safety car very soon. Noah and Squishy side by side through the infield, trying to give each other enough room as they need. Noah ever so slightly on the grass, Squishy ever so slightly on the grass also. Noah having to concede the place to Squishy again. And it's that hybrid deployment that is getting Noah every time. The way the Porsche deploys its hybrid compared to the Audi is so drastically different at medium speed that he is going to have a really hard time clearing Squishy, where that Audi deploys its hybrid at higher speeds and more consistently and charges faster compared to the 919. That being said, Noah is incredibly close going into the chicane, and they touch. Squishy forced wide, Noah having to concede that position again later on. The question is, will he give that position back to Squishy, or will he just continue on and risk a penalty for that manoeuvre? Squishy pulling out of the slipstream on the outside of Natty, on the outside of Noah now. This is a fantastic run. Squishy round the outside into turn 1. And Noah putting the pressure on, going back into the second hairpin, up the inside. Can he put the traction down? No, he can't. He can't get that traction down better than the Audi at this point. Looking to the inside, he is all over Squishy's rear wing. Looking to the inside at the second hairpin. A slight bit of wheel banging there on the entry and the exit. Natty now looking to the outside, coming onto the banking, and he goes past Squishy. Squishy staying to the inside and trying to get the momentum again to get that run on the two Porsches. Squishy just showing that hybrid deployment again on the Audi at the high end. Just slightly eking more performance out of that car into the Le Mans chicane than either of the Nova 919s around him. And again, just looking ever so slightly at the high end, Squishy seems to be slightly better off than the two Porsches around him, as he goes round the outside again on the banking, coming up towards the start-finish line and turn 1. Will he manage to stay ahead again this time? Noah must be thinking now, there's got to be a way I can get past this guy. There's got to be a way I can get past this guy. And as a driver, it is the most frustrating thing that can happen in these prototype cars with hybrid, is to have a car like the R18 where the hybrid deployment is just marginally better at certain things on certain circuits, and right now it is the hybrid deployment on that R18 that is keeping Squishy ahead at the high speed corners. It's also the thing that is putting him at risk at the low speed corners, as we see here. That 919 very effective at deploying its hybrid off the high speed corners. A slight touch there between Noah and Squishy. Noah just backing out of the corner there slightly. The question is now, will Noah and Natty now swap positions? Natty is looking to the outside of the corner. Will he swap positions, or will they stay in the same place? Tim Grin now at a 10.9 second lead. With these cars battling as they are, that is only going to get bigger. Squishy still 3.5 tenths up on his personal best, still not good enough to match that fastest lap by Tim Grin. However, if he keeps running in this clean air for just a bit longer, it could pay off. Tim Grin coming past Oreo in the first corner, coming through the infield now as he goes back through the GTD cars for the first time. Squishy and Noah and Natty all very close together for these GTD cars, and that is a Spider GT car off into the grass. Yellow flags are out. That was Vipers. He has safely recovered that car back onto the racing surface. He is immediately in front of Alvarado and Big Mac, who are both going to want to come past in the next couple of corners. Tim Grin still pulling away. Squishy, Noah, Natty still firmly locked together in this battle. The question is now, will they start shuffling for position again. Noah just that little bit closer again this lap. Oreo in the other Nova car, the 911 RSR, just in front of Squishy. Will he be a factor coming into the chicane? No, he won't, but Noah gets past anyway. Squishy is going to get a better drive off the chicane with his hybrid system, especially considering that the R18's hybrid system working significantly better at the high end than the 919. And here comes Squishy looking to the outside again for turn 1 in the start-finish straight, edging that gap out slightly further, and he is ahead now of Noah again going into turn 1. These cars fighting constantly, it is just helping Tim Grin more and more. If they just sorted their fight out and got on with the race, they could chase down Tim Grin with the pace they have. And Noah looking to the inside, banging wheels with Squishy again, coming through that set of corners. Squishy looking for where Noah's slow in the infield, just sitting, waiting for his moment. Coming back onto the banking now, he might have his moment sooner rather than later. The bright lights marking his position as third in class showing on the side of the car now, in the middle of the night here at Daytona. Noah trying to run away, but that hybrid system from the R18 showing its strength. Squishy closing over 0.2 of a second now, 3.5 of a second coming into that chicane. Noah is going to have a lapped car in front of him on the exit to deal with. They go round the lapped car of JDC cleanly. Squishy opting to stay behind him just for a moment longer, closing that gap down further by another 0.2 of a second. Closing the gap down even further again to Noah, down to 0.3 now. That gap has come all the way down from 0.9 to 0.2, and Squishy is right with Noah going into that first corner. There was a slight bit of contact there going in. Noah runs deep. Squishy looking for the gap now, desperately trying to find his way past. Noah, half a second penalty. Squishy right under his rear wing. Natty right under Squishy's rear wing. Bolden closing ever closer onto this battle, passing JDC. Alvarado passing JDC in the near future. Big Mac close on his tail now. Bolden still closing on this battle. Noah still ahead. Natty looking for the move on Squishy. Natty is now in a position where he can start pressuring Squishy and maybe see if he can get into third place as well now. The question is, will he be confident enough to send it down the inside at this chicane? He has the run and the momentum. Will Natty look to the inside, or will he be sensible? He looks, but he decides better of it. He stays behind Squishy. Squishy closing back up to Noah. Noah with the half-second penalty will now lose about 0.8 of a second to Squishy, but that's not going to matter because Squishy now has a half-second penalty. Natty is going to close up to both of these cars, and this battle is going to get a whole lot more exciting. The penalty is served for both cars. Natty goes down the inside of Squishy. Squishy getting the toe again from Natty, looking to the inside, forcing the issue on the inside through turn 1. Squishy still on the inside, looking for a way past Natty. And they are right together, and Bolden is about to become a factor in this as well if they continue fighting. In the lead right now is Tim Grin. He has just checked out from the strategy. He has currently made all of the right calls so far as we approach this halfway point in the race. The question now for Tim Grin is, can he hold on to this lead? Because if he can, then that's brilliant. If there's another safety car and he has to go through the whole rigmarole again of backing the field up, of bunching everybody up and having to make that call on strategy of whether he pits under the safety car or under a green flag, that will define his race. He has been dominant so far, but he needs to get lucky still. Noah now at a 1.3 second gap to Natty. Natty just slightly fighting Squishy here. Squishy with the better hybrid system, with the different deployment system of the R18 again. Closing that gap, closing, going up to the high side of the banking. Squishy is level with Natty. They're level, coming through to the start-finish line, and Squishy is ahead going into turn 1, and he is closing up on Noah fast as well through turn 1. The question now is, if I was Squishy, do I conserve my tyres and fuel and wait for another safety car potentially, or do I close up to Noah knowing that he's on the same fuel and tyres as me? The question now really is, will Noah allow himself to be closed down again by Squishy, or will this battle continue? Because Natty is starting to figure out where Squishy is slower coming off those corners. They slightly bumped there. And now Natty trying to close that gap up to Squishy again. But will it be enough? I don't think it will be coming into the chicane, and it won't be enough. Bolden starting to close up again to this battle. He's now within slipstream range of Natty. This is the exact scenario Squishy needs to start being able to hunt down Noah again. He needs Bolden to get up to the back of Natty on his slightly fresher tyres and really close that gap down and start pressuring the Nova driver. Now Squishy closing back up to Noah again. We are about to start seeing a 4-way fight for P2 in the LMP1 class. The question is who will get it? And my money right now is on Squishy. He has the better hybrid deployment. He has better tyres than the two cars either side of him. However, if Bolden gets any closer, and he is getting closer, he could be a factor, because he is on the better tyre than the cars ahead. He is also on the same lap still. He is performing brilliantly so far this race. The question is, if I was Bolden, would I start thinking about making that move on Natty now? Or would I gamble and just wait a little longer, wait for the tyre situation to play out a little bit further, and just see where everybody falls on the tyre strategy? Now coming through the Le Mans chicane, Bolden closing up on Natty again. The gap now under half a second. That slipstream and the hybrids combined, really effective for these cars. The question is, will Bolden be close enough going into turn 1 to make this move? And I don't think he is. I don't think he is close enough to make the move on Natty, and he isn't. Squishy still trying to close up to Noah. Noah still hanging on by his fingernails to Squishy. The question is, right now, if I was Noah, knowing that the car behind is at the same tyres and fuel, would I start backing him up into my teammate? Or would I start pushing the living daylights out of the car and trying to build that gap up for the next pit stop? Because right now he doesn't seem to be committed to either. He seems to be committed to trying to hold the gap at a second, and it just isn't working because of the difference in the hybrid technology between these cars. And there's the move we were expecting for the last 5 laps, ladies and gentlemen. Squishy ahead of Noah again. The question now is will anybody else close up? Bolden going slightly deep at turn 1. Natty going slightly deep also. Both of them going round the AMG. Noah right under the rear wing again of Squishy coming through the infield. This is fantastic racing. Noah looking to the inside, forcing the issue on the inside with Squishy. Will he be able to make the move stick? Yes, he will make the move stick coming out of that corner. However, Squishy with the R18 and its hybrid at high speed is going to make that position back very quickly now that they're on the oval section of this circuit. Noah just hanging on, trying to keep Squishy at bay. Squishy, a really good run through the Le Mans chicane. Bolden, nowhere to be seen on the back of this battle currently. He was very close, he seems to have dropped back slightly. The question now is, if I was Squishy, would I go to the outside again at this point? Yes, I would. Would I also try and clear the GT car around the outside at this point? Absolutely. Going into turn 1, it means that Noah, by clearing that GT car around the outside, Noah is not going to be able to get down the inside of the corner at turn 1. It also means that Squishy is able to hang on that little bit longer going round the infield. We are now about 3 minutes from the halfway point of this race. The question remains still, who will come second? Timgren in the lead has completely checked out. He is over 17.5 seconds ahead of this pair, fighting for second and third. The question is, at what point will strategy start playing effect again and start really coming into its own again? Because at some point I have a feeling there's going to be another safety car. The question is, with Alvarado and Bolden, will they close up again or will they stay separate? Alvarado 6 seconds up on Big Mac. Big Mac deep in the grass. That is not where you want to take the line through that corner, really, in an LMP1 car. It's really not ideal. The question is now, Watto, will he stay where he is? And I think the likely answer is yes, because he is 3 laps down on the cars ahead. It would take nothing short of a miracle for him to close that gap up. JDC coming through the infield now, behind the leader, Timgren. He is pushing like mad on those medium tyres, trying to keep Oreo from closing that gap down too much. Vipers, blue flags again, this time for Big Mac to come through in the banking. Timgren still pulling away, still brushing the grass through that corner. Noah still fighting Squishy. Squishy just behind Noah, with the back marker of Watto ahead of them. Will Squishy think about a move? Squishy looking to the outside, not quite enough drive off the corner to make the move stick. Now thinking about where his next opportunity is, probably going into the Le Mans chicane here. He's got to get a good drive off this corner, and Porsche's hybrid system just starting to pull Noah away again, along with the slipstream from Watto. Will this end as badly as the last time Watto got lapped? Will he hit the car that's lapping him again? If he does, it will trigger another safety car, and we will end up in another position where we have to reshuffle the grid. Oh, and Noah hits Watto. Squishy comes past Watto, goes all the way onto the bottom, nearly hitting Squishy. Watto now with a 1 second penalty. He is really, really in a bad position here. He is going to be all sorts of in the way of Noah going into turn 1. And Natty. Natty tags Watto going into turn 1. Watto through turn 1. Still no safety car. That was incredibly close, but it wasn't a large incident, enough for it to be a penalty or to be a safety car. Squishy now 6-7 tenths ahead of Noah, but that gap is going to come back down again as they go through the infield. Natty closing back up again. Squishy going to have to fight his way past JDC coming through the entrance to the banking. Will this be enough to get Noah close enough to get past again? Noah closes right back up to the back of that WSR R18. That is not a sight that he is going to enjoy at the moment. He has been looking at the back of that WSR R18 for most of the race today at some point or another through the lap. Will Noah try the move to the inside? No, he won't. Will Natty start closing up as well as these two fight again? He likely will. In fact, let's look on board of Noah. Natty 1.7 seconds back. Noah 8 tenths back, 8.5 tenths back, 9 tenths back from Squishy. That hybrid deployment, so important. The question is now, will this stay the order, or will there be another safety car? Because the way these guys are driving, the level of aggression that they're showing towards one another, you can almost guarantee that they will be the trigger for the next safety car. Bolden now coming through the middle of the infield. He is still trying to keep that gap consistent to the cars ahead. He will be closing up slightly, but he goes slightly deep into the hairpin. Natty starting to close back up to Noah. Noah a 1 second gap now to Squishy. If Squishy can keep this pace up a little bit longer, he will start to pull away from Noah behind him. The question now is, if I was Squishy, would I want to start pushing that little bit more, try and get the gap a bit wider, so that Noah falls out of slipstream range? And in fact, that's what he is doing thanks to the hybrid now through this high-speed section. He is opening that gap up because the hybrid system on the R18 deploys exclusively at high speed. The Porsche's hybrid system deploys at medium and low speed, as well as marginally at high speed, but nowhere near as effectively as the R18 that Squishy is driving. And with a 1.8 second gap, I would say that Noah is comfortably outside of the range for slipstreaming Squishy now. The question is, will he be able to close that gap back up like we've seen him do in the previous laps? That gap now at 1.4 seconds, the hybrid system in the middle sector really closing the fight up again. This is the thing that's going to really define these fights in LMP1, is that hybrid system, the difference between the R18, the Porsche and the Toyota. The Toyota's hybrid system, slightly more consistent than either, but when driven on a circuit like this, not the most effective, it has to be said. You either want the punch coming out of the corners, or you want the punch to be at a high speed like the R18 is exhibiting here. Now, Noah starting to try and close that gap again down to Squishy. His tyres are shredded, however. Squishy's tyres not much better, but they are slightly better. The question is, if I was Tim Grin, because his tyres and fuel are starting to really run out, he will need to commit to a pit stop now. Would I stop and risk track position with the pace that he's got? I probably would if I was in his position with this pace. But if he pits now, he will be coming out behind Squishy, Noah and Natty, and possibly even Bolden with the amount of fuel he's got to take on board. big question now is, just beyond the halfway point, what to do on strategy, because all of these LMP1 cars, apart from the leader, are on the alternate strategy. Watto committing to the pit lane again for yet another set of tyres and fuel, damage on his nose. The question being, did he tag someone? None of the other cars on the circuit currently showing up with damage, so I don't think he tagged someone. Tim Grin, the leader, pits. The question is now, Tim Grin pitting. He's going to undoubtedly be taking tyres and fuel. Squishy goes through to the lead. Noah goes through to P2. Natty goes through to P3. Tim Grin taking on fuel. Bolden goes through to P4 ahead of Tim Grin. Alvarez closing that gap up. Will he go past Tim Grin also? I think he will. And in fact, he will go past Tim Grin in the pit stop. Alvarez now ahead of Tim Grin. Tim Grin on the faster, fresher, soft tyres. Alvarez on a used set of mediums, low fuel. Tim Grin will surely close this gap right up to Alvarez. The question is now, Bolden in front of Alvarez. Will he catch Natty? I don't think he will with the way the gap is currently. Natty currently behind Squishy. Squishy 4 tenths behind Noah, 3 tenths, 2 tenths, 2.5, 2, 1.5, 1. Squishy goes through into the lead again at the line. Could it be possible that when we get to the end of this race, we see that position between him and Noah decided by the hybrid system coming up to that start-finish line? We have another car in the pits. It must be one of the GTD cars. And it is. It's JDC in the pits. Oreo now goes ahead of him. Oreo about to be lapped by Watto. Watto goes past. Oreo is in dire need of fuel. The question is now, will he stop at the end of this lap? Because if he does, JDC will come back past. Vipers may also get his lap back. If Oreo pits at this point, they could end up on the same lap. But up in front, it is Squishy for the first time today so far. He is trying desperately to pull away from Noah. They're both coming up on Watto. Squishy flashing the headlights to let Watto know that they're there. Watto previously had contact with one of the WSR cars, Big Mac. Will it be the same again as they come up to lap him? Will he tag them? Watto staying out of the way this time. Noah closing right the way up to the rear bumper of Squishy. Noah really close now. Look, he must be really frustrated at this point, Noah, because he has spent what feels like the last 12 laps looking at the rear of that WSR LMP car. And he backs out just slightly into the first corner, and Watto goes deep again into the first corner. Watto still under blue flags, this time for Natty, who will come through shortly. And there he is, in fact, in the left-hand side of your picture. Watto still trying to keep position where he is in P8, although not a great drive so far for Watto, it has to be said. He is in a fantastic position points-wise due to Furrow failing to finish this race. The question is, if I was Big Mac right now, would my team be on the comms to me saying, get a move on, you can catch the guy in front? because they've seen how the R18's hybrid is doing versus the 919s. They know that it's a 919 ahead of them. Timgren has caught and passed Alvarado. That is crucial for his race. He now needs to put the hammer down and catch Bolden and pass him before lap 50, my apologies, 70. Because if he can do that, then he is in with a good chance of catching the top 3 on the pit cycle. Noah and Squishy fighting again. Squishy looking to the pit lane. Squishy pits, going into the pit lane, committing to the pit stop. He will be taking tyres and fuel. Noah stays out. Slightly better fuel, slightly worse tyres than Squishy. Natty also in the same position as Noah. Both cars really pushing here at a 6 second gap. That's coming down and going up and fluctuating as Natty deals with traffic and the management of the car. If I was Natty right now, I would be wondering whether I go for an undercut slightly by a lap or two, or whether I just ride it out and pray that my fuel is in a better place, or that my tyres are in a better place than my teammate ahead of me. And I think right now they are both pretty close on both tyres and fuel. The real question remains for me personally, when would I stop if I was one of these two Nova drivers right now? You'd have to say it would be in the next 2 laps. There's no way they get to lap 65 with the tyres as they are without losing masses of time. Those rear right tyres must be screaming for mercy at this point and begging to be changed, because at 80 odd % they will start acting as if they've got a puncture. And in fact, we will start seeing that very soon if these two cars continue. That puncture physics that was added in the latest update to Gran Turismo, where beyond a certain point those tyres will act and drive with no grip. Bolden still holding on to P3. Timgren significantly closing that gap down on the fresh softs now. The question is for Timgren, if he can close up another 5 seconds, which he absolutely can at this rate, if the 3 guys in front of him have to make a pit stop, which they do, would he still be leading? And I think the answer is a solid yes at this point, because the pit stops here are 25 plus seconds. With 23 seconds, he's already comfortably the net leader again. If he could close that gap down to below 20 seconds, that would make him the net leader, and he would have about 10 seconds in hand to the cars immediately behind him. Squishy now running behind Big Mac, but significantly faster than his teammate because of those tyres. The sun just starting to illuminate the horizon over the banking in the background there. That will mean that the track temperature will start changing again, and all of these driver strategies will also start to shift once again more toward those medium tyres, because with the hotter track temperature and the humidity that's being experienced this week in Florida, it is more than likely that we see the drivers in these LMP1 cars preferring those medium tyres for these long runs. And right now, if I was Alvarado, I would be pitting this lap or the next lap and thinking about those soft tyres, because honestly, the mediums are fantastic for this sort of thing, but he doesn't need them right now. He can run a soft tyre comfortably as things are. And with Big Mac closing as well, Big Mac elects to go to the pit lane. He is almost out of fuel. Pit crew running into the pit lane. Now this will give a good feel for how much time he loses, because he was 1.3 seconds behind Alvarado at the stop and 17 seconds ahead of his teammate. His teammate comes past. The question now is, how long does this cost him? He is in the pits. The graining on those Michelin Pilot Sports, very evident at this point. Fuel starting to fill the car up. If I was Big Mac at this point, I would be thinking on what's my strategy for the end of the race, because he's got an hour and 15 minutes left and there is still a high risk for safety cars. Squishy starting to take chunks out of Alvarado. Alvarado still on the medium tyre, still with at least 2 pit stops to go. Timgren still really biting into that lead of the cars ahead of him. Bolden, his tyres are going to give up before his fuel gives up at this rate. Timgren looking to the outside with the momentum. Timgren goes through back into P3. Natty and Noah both stopping for tyres and for fuel at this point. They cannot make the end on this current set of tyres or the current tank of fuel. Fuel starting to go in. Timgren back into the lead. Bolden electing to stay out on those tyres, which, to be frank, they're going to be no use to anyone when he's done with them. He is going to be experiencing graining as it is, and as he pushes these tyres further and further, they are only going to feel worse. Squishy coming out about 2.5 seconds ahead of Noah. That means that he has successfully done the undercut on Noah. Both cars on fresh soft tyres and full tanks of fuel. Squishy with the slight advantage now on the fuel, slightly less weight in the car, warmer tyres. As the light starts to creep up over the horizon again, you can start to see the sun getting brighter and brighter in the sky now. The question is, if I was Squishy or if I was Noah, would I want to do another pit stop before the end of the race? And I think the answer is a firm yes, because as the track warms up again, these tyres are going to start going off more and more towards the end of the race. Squishy just passing Vipers, going into the Le Mans chicane, throwing it back over to the right and left again, exiting the chicane. Noah getting ever so slightly trapped in the chicane behind Vipers. Alvarado still fighting Watto, trying to get past. Watto has to concede the position. If he fights for that position, it will have to be reviewed by the stewards, unfortunately, because Watto is under blue flags for a car in the same class. The expectation is for him to be getting out of the way. Squishy now 10 seconds behind Alvarado. Those fresh soft tyres really showing their speed at this point. And in fact, I'm going to stay with this battle between Squishy and Noah a bit longer now, because they now have Bolden ahead of them. And with his current driving, Bolden may play a factor in this battle. Because of the difference in tyres and speed, they will start catching him in a big way. Alvarado will also play a factor. With his fuel, he will have to stop for fuel very soon. Squishy is going to catch Watto any moment now, coming off the banking. In fact, they will catch him in the next 2 laps. Big Mac coming through the first sector, clean air, fresh tyres. Will he improve on his sector 1 time? No, he won't. 4 tenths down. Natty, as you can see, the sun's starting to rise and everything's starting to become brighter. The circuit lighting now switched off. The headlights still on, as it's still a little bit on the darker side of things. Alvarado into the pit lane. Pit crew in the pit lane. He's going to be taking, I suspect, soft tyres and a tank of fuel, because right now he can make the end comfortably with another stop after this one for soft tyres and for more fuel. Noah and Squishy both passed. Noah just coming through the chicane. Squishy just passing Oreo again as the lap traffic. Watto just in front of all 3 of them. He is going to be a factor in this fight now. Watto just trying to let Squishy by. ever so slightly bump wheels. Watto looking to the inside, touches Squishy, pushes him wide. This is not the behaviour you expect to see from this level of racing. You should never see back markers trying to hit and drive into the cars that are driving past them. Noah just coming past Watto as well. Watto still looking for that inside line, and Noah is passed safely. Now, the question is, if I was Squishy, with the sun now fully up in the sky and the bright light shining down on the track and the track starting to get warmer, where we know that these Porsche 919s work better, if I was Squishy, would I start committing to the defensive, or would I start trying to push more? Because both are options for the WSR car. It's just a case of picking the right one. And I think right now his best bet may just be to go fully to the defensive and try and hold Noah up as much as he can. Bolden really pushing the limits of these tyres now. He is going to run out of tyre on that right rear very shortly. If he doesn't run out very soon, I would be very surprised by that. He is coming up on a GT car. It's one of the Mercedes. Now, the question is, with this battle between Squishy and with Noah, how long before they catch Bolden, or will he stop before they get to him? If I was in Bolden's position, I would probably have stopped for tyres laps ago. Because as this track temperature comes up, it is only going to make his situation far worse. And Bolden finally commits to the pit lane. I think he may have finally realised that his tyres were no good. Squishy, as a result, and Noah are going to go back to P2 and P3 respectively. As a result of that, and the slight change in the lead, we will now start seeing a really close chase for the lead, because Squishy, despite not having the fastest car so far today, he is currently lapping faster than Timgren in the lead. It's not by a lot, but it is marginally quicker. I do apologise, I have hiccups. The question really is that will what he's doing at the moment be enough to keep Noah behind him? And I genuinely couldn't answer that if you paid me to, because Squishy's in a great position. The car's really working well for him, and it's clearly, you know, his race is clearly going as well as he could expect it to. But the way the hybrid deployment has been between these two cars is really what's going to define this for him. And if I was Squishy right now, I would be concerned that perhaps with the distance kind of going up and down as it is, that on the final pit stop he might just get jumped by Noah. Noah with a half-second track limits penalty, coming up to the penalty line, really close to Squishy, but he's only doing that for a psychological gain. A lot of these drivers will just do moves like that, like staying with somebody up until the penalty line, even if they have a track limit penalty, to do two things. Number one, to lose as little time relative to the other car as possible, and number two, just to get in the other driver's head a little bit. They'll do that because by getting into his head, Squishy will be thinking, you know, where is Noah? How close is he going to be? Will he get close enough to pass me into turn one even though he's had the penalty? It's just little things that provoke thoughts for these drivers that can really lend you an advantage. Now, with Noah looking to the inside, would I want to be in Squishy's driver's seat right now? Probably not, to be honest with you, because the level of pressure that Squishy's going to be under, he's going to have possibly a teammate or two in his ear talking, looking at this stream, telling him what's going on, telling him what I'm saying, what I'm looking at, and what the situation looks like for him. And it just really isn't. If you're in this position of being chased as somebody with a position to lose, and it's within a second for multiple laps, you're just going to feel supremely uncomfortable because of it. Now, Alvarado just coming down to the Le Mans chicane, hammering the curb on entry, hammering that curb on exit as well, nearly brushing the grass. He must be pushing like mad to try and catch up to Big Mac. It's going to be futile, I suspect, with an hour left and a 13-second gap. The only way that that gap comes down is with a safety car intervention. Unfortunately, because of how spaced out some of the pack is, that intervention is unlikely without one of these two drivers, Squishy or Noah, or both of them, coming to blows. Now, being in Noah's position, being the driver chasing the guy in front, is fantastic because you've got more to go for. The problem is, if you get there and you can't get past, it's supremely frustrating as a driver, because you're there thinking, I'm faster than this guy, I really need to get past him as well, but I just can't find a way through, because on this track at Daytona, it is extremely difficult in these high downforce LMP1 cars to find a good spot to overtake him. Now, looking at Watto, he is currently 4 laps down to the rest of the LMP1 class. In fact, he's 5 laps down on the LMP1 leader. And he is very shortly going to be lapped again by the LMP1 leader here, as Timgren is just doing a superb job at the moment of controlling this race from the front. He has made 0 mistakes. Even with the safety car, he's made no mistakes. And he is just driving perfectly to what he needs to do. He's not driving any faster or any slower than he needs to be to win this race. Now the thing is, if I was in Squishy's position and being chased by Noah, I'd be pretty uncomfortable right now, because they've been going at this for nearly 20 laps. And at some point something's got to give, and I have a very odd feeling that the thing that's going to give is going to be the contact. They've managed to so far do it with minimal contact, and I suspect that at some point Noah is going to get frustrated and he's going to throw a move that Squishy doesn't expect. But I also don't think that it will end well, because of the way that they've been driving. Both of these drivers very fast, but at this point, if I was either of them, I'd be extremely agitated and fed up of either being, in Squishy's case, chased and having Noah sat under my rear wing for 20 laps, or in Noah's case, I'd be really frustrated because I'd be sick of looking at the back of the WSR like Audi, and I'd be thinking, how can I get past him? I need to get past him. Now, Squishy and Noah are really close together. That Nova car is really fast at the minute, but it's because he is on marginally fresher soft tyres, and the tyres is what's making the difference in this battle so far. Even through a pit cycle and a safety car cycle, these two have been practically locked together all race. And at just over 2/3 distance, I can imagine them being like this almost until the end of the race also. Now, Big Mac is just about to lose a lap for the first time to the leader. Alvarado has already lost a lap to the leader. Bolden will likely be next. In the GT3 class, it is Vipers and Timgren and Big Mac who are all going through the chicane. Vipers makes it through safely. Oreo just coming through the first corner. JDC about to be lapped by Alvarado, and that's contact. That is major contact. That's going to be a safety car. And Watto has just driven into a pit lane that was shut. That is going to be a penalty. That is not emergency service. That is repairs going on to that car. That is going to be a penalty for Watto. Timgren has done the right thing. He has dropped all the way back down to 60 miles an hour, 100 kilometres an hour, to allow the group to bunch back up again. That was a large contact between Alvarado and JDC. All of the top 5 of LMP are all bunched together again. Timgren almost a minute ahead, but the remaining 4 are going to be right together. Big Mac behind Timgren a lap down, Alvarado a lap down, Watto several laps down. JDC, no damage to his car, he got reset. Oreo closing up to the pack again. Vipers closing up to the pack again. Timgren holding the lead steady at the moment. This safety car will take a while to resolve. And now I have to switch back, unfortunately for those who are watching, to race director mode, where I start getting messages ready for the drivers. The pit lane will be open after the next pass of the start finish line by the leader. This could define the race now, because the LMP1 cars are within a pit stop to finish at this point. They can comfortably do 55-56 minutes on a tank of fuel if they have to, and certainly can make a set of medium tyres that last that long. Now, as the cars come along, they are all staying out. The leader still at 60 miles an hour, 100 kilometres an hour. I'm just waiting for the leader to get to the line to be able to declare the pit lane open. The leader is at the line, the pit lane is open. All of the cars, bar one, are all bunched up in this pack, and once again it is Oreo who is catching up to the leaders. Now, we need in a moment to do the GT car shuffle again, where all of the GT cars pull to one side and drop out of line and allow the LMP cars to go past. So the GTD shuffle is just starting now. Vipers and Oreo and JDC all bunching up together, staying on the low side of the banking. And the LMP leaders all coming past. Oh no, we didn't brief for unlapping, so we'll have to leave the pack as it is. The leader will have one more lap under safety car at the line, and then we will resume racing. The pit lane is open, and if I was in any of these LMP cars right now, I would dive for the pit lane, and they are. The leader, Timgren, stays out, Noah in, Natty in, Bolden in, Squishy in, Big Max staying out, Alvarix in, Watto staying out. Right now, the LMP leader is in the lead. We need to wait for the pit cycle to be done for the LMP cars to all bunch back up to the leader. So as the LMP leader continues to back the pack up, we need to have the GTD cars drop back again. Right, so what on earth is Watto doing? Right, so the leader is now in control. And can speed up and start bringing the pace up again. Right, so we now have 45 minutes left on the clock. All of these LMP1s except the leader all of the GTD cars have damage. What on earth? Big Mac is stopping. That's for fuel. All of the GTD cars are going to have to stop again because they've all got damage. Big Mac, fresh tyres, full tank of fuel, he's going to make it to the end. Alvarado, fresh tyres, full tank of fuel, he's going to make it to the end. Squishy, fresh tyres, full tank of fuel, he's going to make it to the end. And a 1 second penalty for Bolden and for Squishy. That's going to be for track limits, unfortunately. They burn the penalty, both are even coming into the first corner. Squishy on the outside, Bolden on the inside. Squishy a little deep on the entry, looking for the switchback. Can he make it? No, he can't. Bolden just driving off the corner, marginally better than the R18. The question is now, with 40 minutes left on the clock, who's going to go fastest? Because if I was Tim Grin, I would want to be just absolutely gunning it right now. He did not stop under the safety car. He has enough pace that if he did want to stop again, he could. But would he risk it? Would he risk it? Or would he be better staying out and just praying for another safety car? Alvarez coming through the chicane. Big Mac far behind. Watto 2 second penalty. JDC still damage on the nose. Oreo still damage on the rest of the car. The nose, the suspension and the rear. Vipers still damage on the rear as well. If I was Vipers right now, I would put the soft tyres on, fix that damage and just try and make the time back on the two guys in front. Because at this point you absolutely could. Oreo about to be lapped by Big Mac. Big Mac going past. JDC still okay. Watto way off the back of the LMP pack. Big Mac way off the back of the LMP pack. Alvarez on the tail end of the LMP pack. Squishy chasing down Bolden, Natty and Noah. Bolden 2.5 seconds from Natty. Natty 1.5 seconds from Noah. Noah 2.5 seconds from Timgren. This could still be decided here. Now at this point, if you're a driver in a 3-hour race having just had another safety car, you are going to be extremely uncomfortable, especially if you're the leader. The leader has not pit under the safety car either time that it has come out, and that has compromised his strategy a little bit. He hopefully will be able to find the pace to make any time back, but at the moment, if he was to stop for tyres and fuel now, he would be coming out behind Noah, behind Natty, behind Bolden, behind Squishy, but ahead of Alvarado, because Alvarado is the first car not on the lead lap currently. Now, right now, this battle in LMP is going to be critical because these 4 cars, Bolden, Squishy, Natty and Noah, are going to be fighting. And Noah's deep. Noah went deep in that corner. Natty has gone past Noah. That is not what I would want if I was Nova right now. Natty is fast, but he has not been as fast so far today as Noah has been. Right now, with 35 minutes left on the clock, as a driver, you're looking at the clock thinking, oh god, that's not a lot of time left. You really don't want another safety car to play out, because if you get a safety car, that's potentially another 10 minutes of your race that is not under green flag, that messes with your strategy. Unfortunately now, because of how fast and how hard these guys are going to be pushing, another safety car is almost inevitable. And there we go, Timgren is in the pit lane. He is probably going to take about half a tank of fuel and a fresh set of those Michelin Pilot Sport soft tyres. He will come out behind Squishy by about 25 seconds, and he will have to make all of that time back in the last 25 to 35 minutes. He needs to pass in order to win Squishy, Bolden, Noah and Natty. His strategy so far has been drive fast and make sure that the car works as it's intended. It's been working perfectly for him, but he needs to really start pushing on these final few laps in order to make that come true. With just over 60%, 70%, 75% of a tank of fuel, you've got to think that he's going to, say enough is enough, I've got plenty of fuel, let's go. And there it is, 92% of a tank of fuel. He is 40 seconds off the back of Squishy, and he has a lot of work to do in order to win this race. Fortunately, Timgren, the way he's been driving today, the fact that he's got the fastest lap and he now has the fastest car on the grid, he has that chance to make that time all the way up again. Squishy right now is going to be looking backwards at that gap thinking, the leader's just pit, he's on fresh tyres, he's got a tank of fuel, will I need to do a splash and dash before the end of the race? Because all of these drivers that stopped under that safety car are at risk of not making the end of this race on fuel. Alvarado into the pits again, this time with damage. What was that from? There are other cars going around on this circuit with damage, but none of them seem to have got any more damage than they already had. So that is going to be a big spanner in the works for Alvarado's strategy this evening, because he has been running a really great race for his first time here, and it is just not working for him at the minute. He needs to find some speed in the car And right now he might have actually just jumped a lot of people in front of him by taking more fuel, because the leaders, although yes they are going to be able to save some fuel, with Tim Grin closing down with more fuel than they have, you might just be tempted to think that they need to get a little bit more fuel in the car to make the end of this race. So Bolden passing Oreo, Squishy passing Oreo also. Squishy has a massive run on Bolden through this corner. If he can clear Bolden going into turn 1 the same way he cleared the other 919s earlier in the race, this could bode well for Squishy's championship, because this race has a higher points multiplier, it has a better chance of improving your championship standings if you win. And if I was in his position, frankly, I would be gunning for that win right now. The car is clearly working for him. It's clearly faster than the two cars in front. And he has the slipstream and the clear air at the same time. He's going to close down into the slipstream range of the two cars in front, the two Nova 919 Porsches. If he does that, the hybrid system that R18 has will then be able to drag him past in the high-speed sections of the track, as he spent a lot of this race already doing. And there we see Watto also in the pit lane again for yet another set of tyres and another tank of fuel. JDC still comfortably leading out front in LMGTD, P2 Oreo, P3 Vipers, who has just been lapped by Squishy and by Bolden. Coming through that chicane, the Le Mans chicane there in an LMP1 car is terrifying as a driver, especially at this point where your tyres are only just starting to come back to you after a safety car. That is going to be the critical thing here, is will tyre temperature help the Porsches at all, because the R18 clearly its tyres work and are switched on at any temperature for the track and for the tyre. Those 919s seem to be a little bit more sensitive to track temperature changes, but with the way Squishy has been driving today, he can hopefully get that R18 working again, as well as we saw it working an hour ago, and get back past those two Porsches in front of him. Now, if I was in Noah's position, I would just be begging my teammate on team comms to hold the guys behind up, because as long as these two 919s work as well as they do, and in fact Bolden as well now up into P3, if those three 919s can work as well as they have been and as well as they can, you might just be able to lock out the top three. But it would take nothing short of a miracle to prevent that Audi being in the top three by the end of this race in 33 minutes time. And Squishy looking to the outside of Bolden, and there's the move again. We've seen him do so many times before this race, just throwing it to the outside with the momentum into turn 1, and then holding it really hard to the inside for the second hairpin, just to confirm that position for Squishy. The thing is, the 919's hybrid deployment in this middle sector is superb compared to the R18. It will allow Bolden to stay right with the R18 until these final couple of corners, where the high speed performance of the R18's battery starts to come back into play again. And Squishy just getting boxed in slightly there by Watto as he comes past to lap him. Bolden just ever so slightly lifting to allow Squishy to have the space. Watto still committed to that inside line going into the chicane. And he makes the wise decision of backing out of that chicane. Squishy now charging up towards the leaders. Oh, and with a half-second penalty, that's not good. Bolden, no penalty. Watto, no penalty. Natty, no penalty. Noah, no penalty. Squishy is going to really have his work cut out for the next 30 minutes or so to win this race. With Squishy passing the back marker of Oreo in the GTD car, they're now starting to open that chase back up to the top two cars, the two Nova 919s, because with nothing in front of him now other than those two cars, for at least the next 5 laps, Squishy can really put the hammer down and start pushing towards those two cars. Squishy throwing the car through the chicane now. 1 second penalty again. That is not what he needs right now in order to win this race. Just looking at Bolden. Bolden is within that window where when Squishy serves this penalty at the penalty line, he is going to go past. And there we are. Bolden back up into P3. Oreo has stopped. JDC and Vipers have not stopped in the Spider GT Mercedes cars. Watto is driving like mad to try and close the gap up in front to be able to make it so that he has a chance of getting to Alvarado. But Alvarado is 4 laps ahead. It would take nothing short of an act of God for Watto to finish ahead of him. Timgren has closed that gap down now by 10 seconds to the cars in front. He needs to continue closing it as fast as he has, if not faster, to be within a shot of winning this race. He has the potential to win this race. We've seen it from the way that he has been driving. However, it is going to take a lot of effort to be able to make it all the way to the end and catch the guys in front and win. Now, Timgren's in an interesting position because the cars in front technically have enough fuel to make it to the end, but with how they're driving and how they're pushing, I wouldn't be confident in saying that they can make it comfortably to the end. Now the thing here for Noah is it's very important. He needs to start opening that gap out to Natty because he knows that he's got both Bolden and Squishy behind them, who are both very capable at this point of catching them. But Timgren, the guy behind Squishy, right now he is closing that gap down faster and faster. He's taken 2 seconds out of the cars in front in a single lap. And with about 20 or so laps left here at Daytona, he might just be within a shout of catching these cars. The question now, if I was Tim Grin, is do the guys in front of me risk pitting? Because if they do risk pitting, then they're within a window where they're going to come out behind him now. And it is possible that that is part of what he's considering, is the fact that the 4 cars in front may still need some more fuel and tyres to make it all the way to the end. Tim Grim with a half-second penalty for track limits there. Squishy still not close enough, and in fact that gap has gone the other way now for Squishy. The gap's gone up to the 2 Nova Porsches. If this happens now, this could end up even if Tim Grin doesn't catch the leaders, we could see an all-Porsche lockout of the top 4. And the thing is, the leaders must know that Tim Grin is close enough that if they stop again, he goes past. The problem is, there's no fuel gauge other than the small dial on the screen now that you can see, that allows me to see exactly the fuel number they've got left. Because if it's more than 20 laps, they can make the end of this race comfortably. It would just be a question of looking after the tyres. But if that number says somewhere like 18 laps or less on fuel remaining, I would be very, very hesitant to be going flat out at the moment. The question is right now for Noah is, do I stop for tyres and fuel and make it comfortably to the end, or do I keep going for the next 22 minutes and make it uncomfortably to the end? Because it really is that much of a balancing act for the top 3 right now. They all could make it to the end as things stand. But would they make it comfortably to the end? I'm not so sure. So as it is, if I was the leader, I wouldn't be stopping right now, I don't think, having considered it. Because you're at risk of losing your position to Timgren and Squishy if you're inside the top 3. If you're inside, you know, if you're in Timgren's position, you could do another pit stop and not lose position because of the difference between him and Alvarez. But if I was in the position of Squishy or Bolden or Natty or Noah and did an extra stop, I'd be losing position right now. But at the same time, would I be able to make the tyres hang on another 15 minutes? Probably not. Because right now, Noah is in a really high risk position. If he makes a single mistake right now with his teammate that close and Squishy commits to a pit stop, Squishy committing to the pit stop right at the end, he is going to lose position to Timgren, but he is going to make it comfortably on the fuel and the tyres to the end. The question now is do any of the top 3 respond to that? Because if I was in any of those guys' positions, I'd be thinking, what on earth is Squishy pitting for? And then I'd have a look at the fuel gauge and try and work out the laps remaining and think, oh, I'm short by half a lap on fuel, or, you know, I'm short by a lap on fuel. And it looks like Squishy has decided that he was about 4 laps short on fuel, which means that the leaders must be considering another pit stop, which would cycle Timgren to the front comfortably at the moment with the way that he's currently closing the gap down. Right, so if I was Timgren right now, I'd be looking at that gap thinking, that's not going down much. But I'd be looking at the gap behind to Squishy and thinking, God, that's coming down a lot. Because Squishy is taking tenths and tenths out of him constantly at the moment with the fresher tyres. And if I was any of the top 3 right now, I would truly be considering another pit stop. Just for that better tyre, because the way that Timgren's closing, yes, it might be high risk to take another pit stop, but it would be certainly high reward to have better tyres than somebody who's been on them for 10 or 15 laps by this point. Right, so Timgren is now close to 27 seconds of the leader. That's not enough, as things stand, to be able to get to the end and win Squishy is in the same position now. He isn't closing fast enough to win this. Right, so with Noah's current position, if I was Natty, I'd be pushing like hell to clear him right now. Because the number one thing I wouldn't want to have happen is to lose to my teammate in one of my home races, and arguably one of the biggest races on the calendar for this season of LSR. And if I was Natty as well, there's not... if you're this dominant, even with the safety cars and everything else that could have gone wrong, I would still consider asking the question to my teammate, you know, can I come past? Because, you know, Noah's going to have plenty of races, I think, where he can make this gap up. Like, Noah has backed up all the way to Natty. He is really close together with them. If I was Noah, I would honestly just let Natty go, let him do his thing. Watto is just stopped for the final time. He's just cut the pit lane, so he's got a 3-second penalty. Alvarez still behind Squishy. Squishy's still 2 laps up on Alvarez. Timgren still not close enough to the top 3 to make an impact. At this point, if there's a safety car now, we will end the race in these positions. So Noah just eking that gap ever so slightly above a second again. Natty more confident on the brakes into turn 1, bringing the gap down. Less confident on the exit though. Bolden 1.5 seconds off the 2 leaders. This is not over yet. This could be anyone between these 3 drivers, between Noah, Natty and Bolden. Any one of them could still win this. Timgren at this point with 10 minutes left on the clock is likely out of the running for a winning spot. Squishy is likely out of the running for a good finish. Alvarez also likely out of the running. Big Mac the same. Watto significantly far behind, and it would take anything beyond an act of God for him to win now. It would take all of the cars ahead of him disconnecting and him setting multiple personal best laps in order to catch where the leaders would be. JDC still just pounding round, racking up those laps. Oreo still racking laps up as well. Viper's still racking laps up also. And the question is now, what is going to happen with this top 3? Because they are split by 2.5 seconds. They are all within slipstream of one another. And the question really is, can they all bunch up enough that somebody can win this by just passing, or will it be decided by the tyres and the fuel strategy? Because with 10 minutes left, the tyres are starting to go off. Bolden with a little slide there, just starting to betray how much these tyres are hurting. Natty the same. He is ever so slightly getting a bit more rotation on acceleration than he's anticipating. Noah in the same position as well on tyres. It will take a lot of work to get this car to the end now, I think, with the current rate of fuel consumption and the tyre consumption. So now, with Noah being in the position he's in, Oreo slow, that was a big moment for Oreo. Natty, a big moment for him. Bolden, very close behind Natty, in fact past Natty now. Can Bolden now mount a charge onto Noah to try and win this race? And he is. He's bringing the gap down rapidly through that move. He is pushing as hard as he can to catch Noah. Both Bolden and Natty go a little bit deep into the hairpin. They continue to close that gap down. 7 minutes left in this race. Will Bolden have enough pace to be able to get all the way to Noah? That gap's still coming down between Bolden and Noah. I think it is possible that at this rate he could catch him. It would be on the last lap, but it is possible. Bolden, that car just looking so poised and precise right now. Yes, he's struggling with a little bit of tyre wear, but his tyres are no worse than Noah's. His fuel is marginally better, so is his hybrid battery. Natty behind him, the tyres almost identical, the fuel significantly lower. Can Bolden close this gap down enough to make a move and win this race? Oh, and he runs deep into the grass. That's going to allow Natty to close all the way back up again. Bolden and Natty going side by side for P2. That move going onto the grass where he did may have just won Noah the race. Bolden fighting for his life, clinging on by his fingernails. The smashed headlights on that 919 evident after all of the issues he's had this race, from being almost a lap down at one point to catching all the way up under the safety cars. Natty is going to pressure him all the way through the chicane. 5 minutes left on the clock. If I'm a driver now, I'm thinking, right, I've got 3 laps left. 3 laps and then I'm done. You, as a driver, by this point in the race, you are feeling horrible. You are feeling worn out and hot and so uncomfortable. But you know that you've got 5 minutes, if that, to get the job done and to either win or to finish in the best position you can manage. And right now, that is exactly what Bolden is trying to do. He is trying to get that gap to close down as much as he can to Noah, to be able to grab that position from Noah and start the season off with a win. And right now, it isn't looking like that's going to happen. Yellow flags. Yellow flags briefly there. That was Watto going deep and making contact with something. Did Noah receive contact there? No, he did not. Was it one of the GT cars that's in that section of the track? No, it wasn't. Watto has just clearly had a moment to himself there and has lost a lot of time. That has allowed Bolden to close a second up to Noah. This race is not over yet. That gap's still fluctuating up and down. It's still coming into Bolden's favour though, as he keeps pushing the car as fast as it will go through all of the corners, through the entire circuit, past Vipers. Noah still 3 seconds ahead. The gap ever so slightly coming down now. Bolden knows that he can win this race as things are. Vipers, half-second penalty. He will serve that at the line. Bolden from Natty, still charging after Noah. Bolden still charging after Noah, tearing time out of him now, 2/10 in 2 corners. Noah may have backed off to start conserving his tyres here to keep this race alive for the last 2 laps. He has got to be struggling in that Porsche now as Bolden closes the gap down. Bolden is going to be looking at that gap coming down thinking, I might just be able to do this. And in fact, if he keeps going at this rate, he can do this. The current rate at which Noah is losing time is so high that Bolden may just be able to make the move on the final section of the circuit on the final lap. Less than 2 minutes left in this race. Bolden closing down on Noah, 2.5 seconds, the gap coming all the way down, 2.3 seconds, 2.2. Hovering at the 2.3 mark now as they go through the high speed section. Bolden knows that if Noah makes one mistake, or if he runs out of fuel, that is it. He will win this race. Bolden knows that they are very close on tyres and fuel and that he can catch up if he keeps pushing. And a small slip from Noah, 3/10 lost, 4/10 lost by Noah now through the first corner. Bolden really starting to push that 919 to the absolute ragged edge of its ability in an attempt to win this race. This is the final lap. Less than 40 seconds left on the clock now for these drivers. This will be the last lap and Bolden knows that. He knows that he must force Noah somehow into a mistake here. Natty, half-second penalty. He won't be a factor. 12 seconds off Bolden and Noah. Bolden still closing, still trying to push that car to the absolute limit of what it can do in order to win this race. Will it be enough? Noah starting to look behind him, starting to look at the clock with 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. This will be the final lap. Bolden not close enough. Alvarado, the first car across the line. Squishy just starting to come onto the oval for the final time. Timgren close. Natty, half-second penalty. Bolden still not close enough to Noah. Noah wins in Daytona. Bolden second. Natty coming round to come third. Timgren incredibly close to Natty. This could be decided at the line with that penalty. It won't be. Natty comes third. Nova take 2 places on the podium. The top 4 gets locked out by Porsche. Squishy rounding the final couple of turns now behind Vipers and behind Watto and Big Mac. Watto finishes 8th. Big Mac crossing the line at the same moment as Squishy. Oreo still charging through the final chicane now for the final time. He will finish with 94 laps on the clock. Vipers will finish with 93. JDC will finish with 95. Watto with around 100. Big Mac with 106. Alvarix with 106. Squishy with 108. Timgren with 108. Natty with 108. Bolden with 108. And Noah with 108 laps completed in 3 hours and 1 minute. And that is the end of the race, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for watching.